Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Unity doing Phase 3, music only, the final phase for celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. Early stream. Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be a long one too. Um, So November 1st now, and there's a lot of games to get through in the next month and a little bit, because I won't be getting the full month of December to work on stuff as well. So it's going to be crunch time, but we're going to continue on with doing the co-op stuff that we were doing the other day, getting all the music that is in those as well. We're still very early in the story though, but that's because I've been covering other aspects of the game and the music and all that kind of stuff, and stopping to listen to the music and waiting until it loops or stops, or if it's part of an overall progression, moving until it starts the next progression of music and then stopping and waiting and all that kind of stuff. So I've done all the heist missions. They've all been done out of the way, thankfully. Those were a bit of a pain to get those done, but they're all done. I wanted to do them too to get the music, and we still have a shit ton of co-op missions, so this should do for the next few hours doing these ones. Whoops. I'm not playing Silent Hill anymore, so I don't have to use the D-pad to move. It's so funny, those little brain farts that happen when you've been playing one game for a while, and then you go to play another one with completely different control setup and everything, and you still act as if you're playing the other thing. Alright, so what I want to have a look at is character customization. So we got 7 skills, so that's good. I think what I might do is increase the health, because that was something that didn't take long to get knocked down a lot before. Stealth, I might get the ability to open a lockpick, so at least I can start. Level 3 ones are going to be nigh on impossible, but doable. But level 2 should be more sufficient. Keep that, and let's have a look at equipment. See what things I want to put on. Got the Hood of Franciade, the Master Bourgeois hood. Might go for the Master Bourgeois hood. Bourgeois? Stan, you're pressing X, but on the Xbox controller. That's another classic thing too, if you have a PlayStation and an Xbox. The game is like, press the X button, and it's like, shit. That's right, yeah, the X is the bottom one on the PlayStation, but the X is the left one on the Xbox. We'll upgrade that, why not? We've got a lot of assassin points anyway. In phase 1 of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, I did a long look at all the clothing and all that kind of stuff in the different colors. There's a link to my YouTube channel that will have all that in it. But if you're watching it on YouTube, well, you can search in the YouTube search on my channel for Assassin's Creed Unity Phase 1, 2, to see the other phases that I've done. The coat of Franciade, doesn't that look special? So we'll stick with the bourgeois stuff. Oh, that's all good, Stan. I hope that work goes well for you. Thank you so much for popping in for a little bit. Definitely see you in a couple of hours for sure. Yeah, it'll be a long stream today. I plan to do at least a 10-hour stream. But I hope you have a good one, Stan. Okay, now that we've got that sorted, it is back into the co-op missions we go to cover the music in those. Hello there, Keone. How's your day going? What the fuck was that, Arno? Arno's tripping. So a lot of this music so far, except for the intro music to this co-op mission, the other music that's been playing so far, we've already heard before. So when there's music that I've already heard before, there's not so much of a reason to stop and listen to it or not talk over it. Keone Day's going well, recovering from all the Reese peanut butter cups. Oh, that is good. I hope you enjoyed. Hope it was definitely worth the enjoyment of it. You know, I'm beginning to wonder if this music's actually glitched. It just seems weird that this would be the music playing during a mission like this. But then again, when I've done this mission before, I haven't really been paying attention to the music, so I don't know if this is actually just the normal music that's supposed to play throughout the whole part or not. So what I might do to test it is see if there's a fast travel point nearby. There's not. Okay, so they've disabled them. They're deactivated during missions. That's fair enough. Well, plan B. Break the tenet of the creed. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. How's it going, dude? Come on, Arno, you can do the thing to get that. Maybe not. The assassins in these games usually have very flexible backs where they can basically jump back and upwards to grab ledges that are a few meters away from where their head was before they began. I'm sure there's an actual term for what that kind of parkour move is, but I just don't know it. Highlighted the sniper to assassinate, pressed the button, and which target did Arno assassinate instead? The one that was further down and on the ground, of course. No, I wasn't ready. None of us really are. Requiescat in pace. Thanks for redeeming that, dude, from Assassin's Creed 1. I mean, Assassin's Creed 2, sorry, not 1. Mr. Gote 2 was your favorite one, but you can't remember which Templar says it. He's like, no, I wasn't ready for this. Yeah. I think it's Jacopo. No, maybe it's one of the Barbadigos, I think. Some dude. Some of them. The other one is like half mixture of Italian and English as well. Yeah. Yeah, usually Ezio does do a little bit of the both. Like he'll say something in English, then in Italian, as well as Requiescat in pace. But that's also Latin as well, I think. Which makes sense because Italian is one of the languages that was derived from Latin, I think. You love it a lot, but you don't think you would be able to do Italian and Narni at the same time. Si. Ciao. Va bene. Molto bene. Stronzo. We'll have to do a replay of AC2 or something soon. Oh, absolutely. I think there's Cesare is like tear this maldito bastardo to pieces or something like that in Brotherhood. I don't know if I got the Italian right, but what I was meaning to say was the Italian for this old bastard, which is what he's saying. This maldito bastardo to pieces. The throne was mine. What do you know? I will not die by the hands of man. No man can murder me. Mr. Gote, like best ones really hit the feels when Ezio and Templars talk in the anima space, like when the screen goes white. Absolutely. I think it's a very cool stylistic thing to do as well. Instead of just having the character, dying and then saying the stuff, to do something like that. That's why I liked what they did with Assassin's Creed 1, and they brought it back for Syndicate, where you had the enemy that you killed was standing and talking and doing gestures, and the camera was going on different angles and stuff. I liked when they did that as well. I mean, technically, Unity does it when you kill Germain, where you have that sequence with him. He should have still been affected by Smoke Bomb, but whatever, game. I mean, Origins, now that I think about it, and Valhalla, they also have a thing where when you assassinate a target, they're not just, lying on the floor or whatnot, but the way in which I was referring to originally was Assassin's Creed 1 and Syndicate specifically. But Origins has some of my favorite ones of that too, because they take on a very sort of like surreal, but also symbolic form as well. Mr. Gote, yeah, all the feeling moments are your favorite, and it's the scene at the bridge in AC2 how you can keep Ezio moving and even be right behind them when the Templar leader is talking about Ezio. You're like, bro, he's right behind you. It's like in Brotherhood when you do the final tomb, where you have the priests who are talking about what happened to the Baron de Valois if when you assassinate them, and you can literally be right in front of the person talking about Ezio. Hello there, Sheila. It's going really good, thank you, dude. How's things with you today? I'm working on more co-op missions to get the music from them. We had some new music here at the start, so I had Arno do some dancing on the rope until it started to loop. Cheers, Sheila. I'm glad to hear that you're going good, dude. That's awesome. Need to get Arno some stock. I like how the music sometimes reacts to your finishing moves in a combat scenario. Because when I stabbed that guy, it was like zoom in the music as well. I think that was music that would have been fuller if I had not finished right there. that part where the guy's like, "Pray you have better aim than Robespierre," is basically making fun of Robespierre because apparently in real life he tried to assassinate himself, but it didn't work. And instead of just finishing him off, they still waited until the day that he was scheduled to get his head cut off. In the AC universe, though, it turns out that Elise shoots him in the face. And when they discover him already shot in the face. But, like in real history, it's just assumed that he tried to kill himself but failed. defeated by a little bit of rock that we couldn't just climb over by running. My favorite thing in this game, when the game locks you and you're trying to attack an enemy and the game just does not respond. I guess I'm the only one in the world who likes that stuff though. Or doesn't like that stuff, I should say. Everyone else is probably like, oh, that's fun when that happens. It's always good in games when the game locks you out of doing things that you shouldn't be locked out of doing. So this music that we hear in this part, it happens in the Dead Kings DLC, so I'll be able to get a cleaner version of that when we get to that point. Oh my fucking god, man. After reloading, how long did I have to wait before the game let me do a quick shot? Hello there, Sona. It's a dancing assassin indeed. Absolutely. Trying to make Arno dance as much as possible in this music-only run as well. How's it going? Sona, you're laying down. Your gram has her surgery tomorrow and her check-in time is at 5:30 a.m. Oh yeah, so really early then. Oh yeah, 5:30. It's definitely understandable as well, if you need to go to bed early and stuff. I hope that her surgery goes well tomorrow. Lucas, wow, playing Assassin's Creed. Who would have guessed? I know, right? As if I've only played Assassin's Creed today on the channel, not for the past 5 years or so. How's it going, Lucas? So it's just a standard hip replacement, nothing too serious. Well, that is good though, Sona. It's good that it's not like a really serious surgery. Lucas, you had to catch a flight at 5:17 a.m. so you can relate. Oh, really? That is early too, to have to catch a plane. Hopefully the plane actually went off on time too, because that could happen. You could wait a while, even though you've already gotten there early. So it's in 7 hours, and you're debating whether to stay up all night and nap afterwards. Oh, I know how that feels. That's for sure. Sometimes, like when I've had an early appointment, I've just decided to not go to sleep and then worry about that later. It did. Oh, that's good, Lucas, that it went on time. I mean, it's better to get there early and have to wait than get there late and then have to get another flight at another time because then obviously you're waiting even longer. Why he wasn't close enough for that shot to register, I don't know, but fair enough, game. Whatever. Bullshit. That little bit of fucking thing is covering him completely. Fuck off. Here, dodge that. Climb down, 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 down. There we go. Fucking hell. Do what I fucking tell you to do. Luke isn't having to worry about connecting flights and all that as well. Oh, absolutely. It's like a domino effect then in that case. If something gets missed, then it wrecks everything else. Lucas C. Rhoda's getting angry. Fuck became fack. Fucking hell. I don't know if modders of this game have done anything with the delay it takes between doing actions or not, because that's one thing that can be annoying. You press a button, but the character doesn't do it straight away. Hey, Anmita, how's it going? Oh, that's great, Anmita. I'm glad that you're going good, dude. As for me, I'm doing well. The October month is over, so there will be some more horror games before the year is out, but they're ones that I wanted to fit in but couldn't. But it's going well otherwise.
Sir, I'm afraid your DNA is backwards. And
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that faint impression. Now, is that from Spaceballs, the scene where he teleports, but his ass is actually around the wrong way to his face? Is that the scene you're paraphrasing from? Cheers, Anmita. Thanks, dude. I'm working more on the co-op stuff to get the music in the co-op missions. We still have a few left, but it'll be good to get them done, because this kind of content, the heist missions and the co-op, the only reason I've been doing those at all is because of the 10th anniversary. After this playthrough is finished, I won't be doing the co-op and multiplayer missions ever again. What? Who shot me? Oh, I know who fucking did it. I know the culprit. Must have been the fucking wind. Great, now I've got to fucking climb up to the top of it again. Oh, it's a dad joke, Dr. Darling. You found it on Reddit. Your DNA is on backwards. And now I get it. I just fucking reread it. Nice one. I won't be in Meta, no. I've already done that this year. Phase 1 was 100%. Yeah, in Meta, the enemies in this fucking game, every single enemy has a weapon. Like, I mean, every single enemy has a pistol, so they can pull it out at any time and shoot you in the middle of combat. E-Tone, welcome on in. Wind is the next target. That's it. We need to assassinate the wind. It's going to be a very tricky target. It moves around a lot. Hey there, Stormarked. Welcome. Thank you for the happy Halloween wishes. Happy Halloween, Samhain, Samhain, St. Luke, or whatever else is there. Thank you very much, Stormarked. How's things going for you today? Hope you're having a good day. Lucas, you suppose that's better than breaking wind? That is true. Don't have to deal with the smell of a breaking wind. Quite a few enemies there taken care of. E-Tone, here comes Halloween, here comes Halloween, here comes Halloween. And now there has to be another year that passes before it comes around again. Oh, thank you, Stormarked, for the lurking that you did yesterday. Thank you. When I played Silent Hill 1, damn fine choice, sir. While everyone else is playing Silent Hill 2 Remake, you go old school. Old school cool. Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe that the first has come out 25 years ago. I remember playing the demo of it on the Metal Gear Solid game, and when I played the full game for the first time, I didn't like it, but I was spoiled by Resident Evil at that point, and I didn't really give it a fair assessment. But on the second playthrough, a couple of years after that, I actually really enjoyed it and recognized how good the story was and the psychological horror aspect and the soundtrack and just how sort of like surreal the game can be at times as well. And while Silent Hill 2 is definitely my favorite one, Silent Hill 1 is still a decent game. I think it's one of those things where it's understandable why they remade 2 first, even though technically they've already remade 1 and called it Shattered Memories. Some people don't count that as a remake though, even though it fits the bill for what a remake is supposed to be. Taking something and then redoing it, but different. Like in Shattered Memories, you play as Harry Mason like you do in the first game, except there's a phone, which you didn't have before, a mobile phone, and the gameplay is very different. And the whole thing about interacting with objects and also the characters that appear in the original game, like the nurse Lisa, she's done differently in Shattered Memories. She ends up dying because of an overdose. Then you have the twist at the end, which is the fact that all this time you've just been playing Harry Mason in the mind of his daughter Cheryl, because in Shattered Memories, Harry actually died and his daughter Cheryl couldn't handle the death. And so the psychiatrist that is in the game that is speaking to you is actually speaking to her. And Dahlia's in it too, but Dahlia ends up being Harry's wife or girlfriend or something. I don't know, I can't remember. But it's still a remake of Silent Hill 1, even if people might not accept it as one. But it makes sense why they went to 2 first, because 2 is the one that is held by high regard in the series. And Meter, the game looks brighter than you remember. Maybe it's the sun? It could be. Yeah. Plus also time of day. Like I liked in this game how you could choose what time of day you wanted. But if it was in a mission, it would automatically switch it to whatever day or night it wanted. And Dr. Darling must have been the sun. Let me go on, like a vampire in the sun. Actually, I don't think that's the lyric. I think I took a lyric from a different song and put it into that one. And me too. You tried Resident Evil 2 yesterday. It seems interesting. You also tried Callisto Protocol. That one was also a good game. On Nice and Meter, that was one that I think it was September on the PlayStation Store. It was actually one of the free games that they give out a month. So I ended up getting it, but I haven't played it before myself. But I heard a lot about it. I've heard some bad stuff about it, but not having played it or Dead Space, because I know that the makers of Callisto Protocol did Dead Space as well. I don't know how it would hold up in contrast to Dead Space, but that's cool that you enjoyed it. I definitely want to give it a try myself as well at some point in the future. So what do you think of Resident Evil 2? Stormark, they say Silent Hill 2 is more popular and hence why they remade that one, but where you're from, Silent Hill 1 is more popular, possibly due to more people owning a PS1, or it's just a European thing. Well, that's true, like especially if you have people that were a fan of Metal Gear Solid, and if they also like horror games, putting the demo of Silent Hill 1 onto Metal Gear Solid's release, if people who played Metal Gear Solid ended up playing the demo of Silent Hill and were interested enough, then that's one way to make sure that you get a lot of exposure to a game. But I think too, and I hope so as well, with the release of Silent Hill 2 Remake, I hope it does make players who had never played them before the remake of 2 to actually go back and try them out as well. Not everyone is going to like them, which is understandable, but it'd be cool to see more people go back and play the older games in the series just to see what they're like. And even if they don't like it, so be it. You can't please everyone. You can't expect everyone to like everything for all of time either. Because there's things that come out and they're really popular, and then decades pass and they're not popular anymore, and people wonder why they were popular in the first place. But then you get things that weren't well received when they first came out, but decades later they get reappreciated or reevaluated, sorry, and then they get appreciated. Are you a god? No? Then die. Right. When someone asks if you are God, you say, yes. Alright. This chick is toast. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that from the original Ghostbusters, which this year turns 40. Came out in 1984. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. It's such a great moment in that movie. Poor Ray. Still marked out. Yeah, you're right. Completely forgot about that demo. It was released only on PAL, if you remember right. Ah, that's something I didn't know, that it was only released in PAL regions. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid 1998, and it was one of those things where I didn't actually get to it straight away. But I had played a little bit of Metal Gear Solid at a friend's who had a PlayStation 1. This was before I did. But that was the game that made me want to get one. And then I finally did. And by that point, you had Silent Hill. You also had Resident Evil 3 and Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, which all came out as well. I think Siphon Filter 1 came out in 1999 as well. Which, if it did, that reminds me I need to do that as a 25th anniversary playthrough as well. I just remembered. But there was a lot of games that came out on the PlayStation 1 in 1999 that were my first experiences, especially with franchises like Resident Evil 3 was my first experience with Resident Evil. Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation was my first Tomb Raider game. Silent Hill 1 was my first Silent Hill game. And me too. You also don't know anything about Callisto Protocol, but it felt like one of those games that you would enjoy playing. The graphics on DirectX 12 were quite blurry, so you had to switch to X11. As for Resident Evil 2, it seems like a good game that has many puzzles that require thinking. You enjoyed both games, although you played them only for about 3 hours. The lickers were very annoying in the Resident Evil, though. It took you a while to kill one of them. Oh, dude, they definitely can. And what's also annoying, too, is when you have other enemies that end up attacking you, and then that causes the licker to be like, oh, someone's here, and then attack you too, as well. But I'm glad that you had a good time with those games, But yeah, Resident Evil 2 Remake was done really well. Hey there, Lizzie, welcome on in. The Silent Hill Remake looks really good. You don't know if you'll play it yourself. Oh, that's fair enough, Lizzie. Yeah, I was sort of like not too sure on it, but more for Konami side of things. Like Bloober Team, I never thought that they were amazing or anything, but I had played some of their games and I didn't mind them, like Layers of Fear 1 and 2, The Medium, and Blair Witch. But they didn't strike me as like amazing or anything. But more with Konami's side of things, they've treated the franchise terribly. I mean, it's not just Silent Hill they've treated terribly. They've done that for all their IPs as well. In terms of like video games, you could argue that Castlevania was a success, but the thing is, like, a lot of the work would have been done by the people working on the show, not Konami themselves. They would have just signed off on it so that they could get their money from royalties and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like Bloober Team has done a great job paying a lot of respect to the source material. And of what I've seen, because I haven't seen every single little tiny bit of it, but I have seen certain sections of it because I wasn't worried about spoilers. I mean, obviously there's spoilers that if you've played the original, you're going to know already. But in terms of like what things that they have done differently, because they might have a whole new section, and that could be considered a spoiler. But I haven't seen every inch of the game or anything like that. But it did change my mind on it. However, it's still not a game that I'm going to pay full price for, though. Just wait until it comes out on a sale. And Mita, yeah, got to go now, but might join again later if you're still streaming. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, and Mitra, I definitely will. I'll be doing a long one today, so chances are you'll still find me streaming when you get back. But I hope that things go well for you. Would like to highly recommend people check out Mita's channel if you haven't before. And Mita has been doing a playthrough of games like Resident Evil 2, as well as Callisto Protocol, GTA 4. He's doing his first playthrough of that. He'll also be doing his first ever playthrough of GTA 5 in the future. Also playing Star Wars Survivor as well, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. He's a great streamer with a great channel, and he's also got some really cool emotes, the art of which he's done himself. He's done all his channel art as well. So definitely recommend checking out Amita's channel. And that's all good for the shout out, Amita. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. Stormark, you got to admit, your first Silent Hill game was The Room, but you were like 5th grade back then. Not playing Silent Hill 1 or 2 first is blasphemy, Oh, it's all good, Stormark. I'm not one of those elitist Silent Hill fans where it's like, no, you must have played the first one. You have to have played them in order, otherwise you're not truly a fan. It's like, that kind of stuff is nonsense. Like, don't get me wrong, I do have strong opinions about the first 4 games in the series compared to the rest. Whereas I feel like the rest were sort of like, while there were a couple that I didn't mind, they didn't reach the levels of the first 4 games. But, yeah, Silent Hill The Room, I like that one too. It's actually got one of my favorite bits of music in the series, Wounded War Song, which is such a great track. They even used it in the first movie again, but they added a little bit of an additional part to it, which I like too. But most games are standalone anyway, except for 1, 3, and Origins, which tie up story-wise, if you recall. Exactly, Stormarked, yeah. Like you can happily play 2 before you play 1. I'd probably say it's better to play 1 before playing 3, because 3 is a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 4 does have a lot of connections to the previous 3 games, but you could also play that game on its own without having played the first 3. Dr. Darling in the room, Lisa, you are tearing me apart. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. I love you. Attack. Thank you, Honor. Thank you for actually responding to my button press. Muchly appreciated. Origins isn't necessarily like a terrible Silent Hill game either. Like, it does mess up some of the connections that it makes to Silent Hill 1, but the inclusion of a character like Travis in and of itself doesn't really wreck anything, because the important point about Harry and his wife finding Cheryl is that what Travis did and how he helped was supposed to allow that to happen. And it doesn't mess with anything without him being mentioned in Silent Hill 1. But there are some things where it's like they should have done things differently. Like, I feel like they should have handled differently the whole thing with Dahlia and Dr. Kaufman and Lisa. Um, but I get they wanted to expand on their characters a bit too, because we don't really see much of Lisa and Dr. Kaufman outside of the points in the story where they're already in deep in the shit. Whereas Origins tries to show them a little bit differently. Like they show that Lisa is a little bit more sort of like um, extroverted, you know, and she's sort of got that sort of like seductive aspect to her personality. That scene where we find her in the motel room, after she's supposedly made love to Dr. Kaufman. At least I think that's who it was in the scene. But there's definitely a lot of things that Silent Hill Origins does right. I really like the atmosphere of it. They did a good job with that. Stan, but did they fix it with the DLC? With the silent ones? The silent ones. Yes, Papo. We are the silent ones. Shh. We're not being silent right now. Oh, sorry, Papo. Stormark, Tommy Wiseau should definitely adapt Silent Hill 4 before Uwe Boll snatches that idea. Such a missed chance for a movie worthy of Oscar. Oh, man. I remember seeing House of the Dead. There was a shot, I don't know the character's name, but Jürgen Prochnow plays the character. I think he's like a boat captain. Anyway, there's a shot where he's literally using one gun, and then literally they just cut to him using a different gun straight after in the same sort of like fight, and it's like, what? Like I know of the concept of quick cutting, and you can do various things like that, but to literally have someone shooting one weapon and then the next minute they're shooting a different weapon, like that's some next level jarring editing. Still marked. What's most ironic is that best Uwe Boll movie is Postal, in which he was given full creative freedom, and he accidentally made it as good as the game. But in one of his interviews, he said he hated it. In fact, it's probably one of the best video game movie adaptations. It's faithful to the source. Now, that was actually a game that I never got around to playing, and I heard about it and of its reputation, but I remember hearing when it came out that it was considered to be one of his best video game adaptations. So it's ironic that he ends up hating it. I mean, you got to hand it to him though. He was able to work with a lot of. They weren't necessarily A-list celebrities or anything like that, but for genre stuff, like you had Kristanna Loken, who was the TX in Terminator 3. Like she played Blood Rain in that movie adaptation of that by him. But that doesn't mean that his movies are great or anything. You can cast the best actor in the world and still make a shit product. But he was able to secure some talent that, was known for a lot of, genre stuff, or they were once A-list celebrities, but they weren't anymore. But they still had enough name value where getting them would be able to get a certain section of the audience interested. Plus, you never know what's going to be like a comeback role. Like John Travolta, when he did Pulp Fiction, he wasn't really being cast that much for stuff. But when he got cast as Vincent in Pulp Fiction, that movie became such a big hit that it actually rejuvenated his career. So he started to get a lot more roles again. So that can happen too with stuff. Stan, didn't he do like some of the worst video game adaptation movies? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, it's not just like he's not the only one who did terrible video game movies, but he did a few of them. There was Blood Rain, which he did. There was Alone in the Dark. There was House of the Dead. There was Postal, but that one's considered to be one of his much better video game movies. There was this Knights. That's not what it was called, but some game, a kingdom or something. I can't remember the name of it. Siege of the Kingdom, or something like that. Actually had Jason Statham in it, I think. In the Name of the King. That's what it is. They actually did some sequels to it. Huh. Didn't even realize that. So marked is because he receives his funding from German government, and they probably look down upon it due to violence, sexual themes, etc. Oh yeah, and that's the other side of things too. Like where filmmakers are able to get their funding, if they're not able to get it from, the regular sort of like funding places, then definitely going for where there's like a loophole maybe is also good as well. I remember like Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell and Robert Tappert, who did the Evil Dead movies, one of the things that they did to get financing for the first Evil Dead movie was they made a short movie that is its own thing, but it also is a display of what kinds of things to expect. And does have several elements that were actually put into the Evil Dead. Within the Woods is the name of it. And essentially what they did was they made that short movie, and then they went around to all the people that they could, even people who were like, dentists and stuff, even people who had like, no sort of like previous experience funding a movie. And so they got a lot of their funding for the Evil Dead from those kinds of people. And they waited a while to get a return on the investment, but I'm sure that they were eventually happy with the return that they got, because when that movie came out, I don't think it hit big initially, but Stephen King saw the movie, and then he quoted as saying that it's the most ferociously original horror movie that he's seen, or something along those lines, and actually used that in the tagline for the movie. And so it ended up becoming a cult classic. It was also one of those movies that in the UK, for a long time, they classified it as a video nasty, which basically meant that they weren't allowed to sell it. It was considered to be on the level of like an X-rated movie, which if a movie is X-rated, it means that there's only limited places you can actually release it and all that kind of stuff. And so for a little bit, that movie was actually considered a video nasty, and Sam Raimi was even called to appear in court over it. He didn't actually end up having to go, but he was still summoned to appear in court to actually talk about, the movie and all that kind of stuff. It's just crazy, things that just nowadays are just like, oh yeah, whatever, because streaming services like have a lot of versatility and all that kind of stuff. So, Mike, you'll take any Uwe Boll movie over any RE movies which have absolutely nothing common with the games. Yeah, that's definitely fair. I feel like the first Resident Evil movie was probably the better adaptation of the source material out of all of them, but not by far though. The the first movie still has a lot of things about it that are flawed. I think if the movies just concentrated on Alice and didn't bring in any of the other characters from the games, it probably would have been a bit better then. But they basically made the T virus out to be the most formidable virus that Umbrella had created when it's not actually the case. I mean, you've even got the G virus, which is superior to the T virus. But the movies never seem to incorporate the G virus into things. Stan, speaking of Alone in the Dark, there's a line in the 2008 game that goes, "I'm the light bringer, I'm the fucking universe," which I found very funny. It's been a long time since I saw any of that game, but I only played a little bit of it, but I lost interest. So I probably never even reached that point, but that just sounds so funny. Wonder if it's in the movie. But the movie, even though I think the movie came out after that Alone in the Dark game, it was more based on the New Nightmare or the whatever they called it, Alone in the Dark. Yeah, New Nightmare. I think they called it that. Stormark. Stephen King wrote some of the best books while being high as a kite on coke in the early 80s. Shawshank Redemption, The Shining, Misery, Cujo, just to name a few. In fact, most of his books during this time period don't have any supernatural elements. Yeah, um, that's the thing about him as a writer is he's able to work with multiple genres. Like at face value, you might just think, oh yeah, he just writes horror stuff. But there was a short story in the 1408 book that I quite liked, and it had zero horror to do with it at all. And I think it was about the Valentine's Day massacre, or at least the lead up to it. I think that's what the massacre it was that it was covering, or the Saint Valentine's massacre. I think it's about before the event happened. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm getting mixed up. But anyway, it was a mob story. It wasn't a horror or anything like that. Everything's Eventual. That was the name of the book, sorry. Everything's Eventual is the name of the book that has 1408 in it as one of the stories. Not Everything's Fine, Jesus Christ. Everything's Eventual. Here we go. Yeah, I don't think it was related to the St. Valentine's Day Massacre now that I have a look at it. Yeah, no, I don't know why I thought it was based on that, but it's about the John Dillinger gang. Story is written from the first-person view of Homer Van Meter, a member of John Dillinger's gang, who says he wants to tell the story of how Dillinger got the scar on his upper lip. Following a gun battle with the Federal Bureau of Investigation at Little Bohemia Lodge, Van Meter, Dillinger, and Jack Hamilton escape in a vehicle, though exchange gunfire with police from their vehicle sometime later. The three men escape again, though Hamilton is shot. After ditching their damaged vehicle and stealing another from a passing motorist, the men take refuge in a rented room behind a bar, where they stay for the next 5 days. Hamilton's condition deteriorates, with it becoming apparent the bullet is lodged in his lung, and the wound is turning gangrenous. Hamilton goes through periods of delirium. In a period of lucidity, he asks Dillinger and Van Meter to entertain him by walking on his hands and doing the trick with the flies, respectively, though Dillinger says he will do it later and Van Meter points out there are no flies around. Anyway, that's a little bit of a taste of what the story that I'm talking about is. But that was a true crime story, not like a horror story. Still marked interesting. There's also movie Public Enemies, starring Johnny Depp as Dillinger. Damn fine movie directed by Michael Mann. Oh, that's another movie. There's so many movies that I still need to see. Definitely haven't seen that one before. Donnie Brasco, I need to see that movie as well. Like, I've seen clips of it, but I haven't watched the movie from start to finish. There's you going after the rewards. Not this time around, no. In phase one, when I was doing 100%, I went for all the rewards and stuff in the multiplayer and co-op missions. Still, Mark, there's so many good crime drama movies: Serpico, The Departed, Seven, No Country for Old Men, just to name a few. I didn't mind that Departed movie. I remember seeing the original version. Uh, I can't remember the friggin' name of it though now. The Infernal Affairs? Yeah, Infernal Affairs. They actually did three movies, so I remember watching those, and then I saw the remake of the first movie, The Departed, and Seven is such a great movie. Like, it's a really good movie too because it shows not only how sadistic the killer is, but how messed up the situations are that the people get put into. Like, this is a spoiler for people who haven't seen it, but there's one particular murder where it was a supermodel, and the ultimatum she was given was to, um, I think, be scarred for the rest of her life or kill herself. So it was that kind of ultimatum that the killer gave her. And his point was to show the sin of, what's the sin related to that? Not, is it pride? No, not pride. Or it could be pride. No, not envy. Bloody hell. Or maybe it is pride, because that's related to, vanity. Ah, here we go. No, 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 here we go. Yeah, so Rachel Slade committed suicide by overdosing on sleeping pills after John Doe mutilated her face off screen as the pride sin, and the body was shown. Yeah, so there's some really fucking messed up kills in that movie. Lizzie, your brain likes to 100% games, and you keep trying to remind yourself that you can replay them. Oh, absolutely. And, be able to take your time as much as you want with them too. And if there's a part that is annoying, just leave it until later, that kind of stuff. Still, Mark, you actually didn't know The Departed is an English remake, so you guess Scorsese didn't quite deserve the Academy Awards the movie won then. I didn't actually realize it did, so it won some awards. All I remember seeing about stuff outside the movie was originally, I can't remember the names of the characters now, but the character that Matt Damon ended up playing and the character that Leonardo DiCaprio ended up playing, apparently they were originally cast as the opposite, but then they wanted to play the other character, so they swapped. it's, it's quite funny. It's like if you were to get some people on your sports team and put them in two positions, and then they just decided on their own, you know what? Let's swap. Okay. Hey, Anasune. How's things going? Anasune, things are alright. PC died today. Bastard of a thing waited until you spend 300 plus on it to shit itself. I'm so sorry to hear about that, Anasune. Like bloody hell. Especially after putting some money into it. Like that's absolute ridiculous. But that'd be right too. I know what that feels like when it seems like things just happen in a way that makes it feel like it was just waiting for the right moment, not that it just naturally happened. And as soon as is some type of challenge run or just normal gameplay, not really a challenge, no, just playing with only the music on to pay tribute to the soundtrack. Right now, I've been doing the co-op missions. The other day, I did all the heist missions to get the music in those, so just doing the same for the co-op stuff. I'll also be doing the Dead Kings DLC as well, and I'll be covering the music in that too. Basically, stopping, waiting for the music to loop. If there's progression in it, moving forward when it starts to change, and then waiting for that part to loop and stuff. Especially when there's like layered music that ends up happening. Plus covering music like the main menu, which I've already done before in this playthrough, as well as like the map music and all that kind of stuff. So I'm like, yeah, that swap would make more sense, but you're glad they didn't go with it. It would make it obvious who is the rat and double agent because Leo had more roles playing as villain, so he's surprised Matt Damon was the baddie first time you've seen it. Actually, at first you thought Mark Wahlberg was the one working for Costello, but he was just an asshole in the end. Yeah, I must say, like, I don't think Mark Wahlberg is a bad actor or anything. I think he's more suited for roles that aren't based on video game characters, like Uncharted, where he played Sully, and Max Payne, where he played Max Payne. So, no, but yeah, coincidences can definitely suck, especially when it results in so much money down the drain for nothing. Oh, exactly. Because at the time you've got no idea that it's going to happen, so you just go about doing what you're doing, and then boom, the PC decides to go, nah, fuck it, I'm gonna die now, and you're like, great. Oh, that's all good, Stormarked. No worries at all. I'll definitely approve that. Mark Wahlberg actually has some of the most punchable faces you've seen in Hollywood. His roles doesn't do him favors either. He's usually cast as a snobby douchebag. I remember the first movie I saw him in was a movie called Fear, and he basically played this really obsessive boyfriend. Reese Witherspoon was also in it, and I think he had some kind of like criminal past. And at first he was very sweet and all that kind of stuff, but then he showed his true colors. And I think I can't remember the actor's name, but if you remember the first original CSI series, in the beginning seasons, the guy who was the leader of them, um, and anyway, he was in the movie too. He played the father, and I think at the end it turned into one of those, they've tried to lock him out of the house type movies, and he's trying to get in kind of thing. So that was the first movie I saw him in. Oh, good guess, Lizzie. But that's NCIS. Still marked. He has a guy version of resting bitch face. Grissom was the name of the character, I think, in the first few seasons of CSI. But yeah, I can't remember the actor's name though. Dr. Darling, you slept for 11 hours last night. You guess you needed it. Yeah, that's the thing about the human body. It likes to let you know if it really needs a lot of sleep. But that's good that you got a decent amount. Hopefully it didn't leave you like overtired or anything, because I hate when that happens. You would think, oh yeah, get a lot of hours sleep, you'll wake up fresh and bouncing around, but that doesn't always happen. Stormarked, what's happening with Twitch? Now you got a warning to think twice about sending a message. Apparently saying bitch is now taboo too. So this is the thing that annoys me. Like, if someone else is in chat and you directly say to them that they're a bitch, that's one thing, you know. But if you're using the word in a context that is in no way, shape, or form addressing anyone that's in the chat, then it should be allowed. That kind of stuff is always annoying when it gets flagged. I mean, if you look at the word, its original connotation is it's just what a female dog is. Although I don't know if that's the original source of the word. I've got a sinking feeling that there's actually some music in this part, but it's not playing because I got detected too many times, and so it's locked the music out of playing, which is something that has happened before with this game and the music. If you get detected too many times, whatever music normally plays when you're out and about doing stuff ends up stopping and not. The only problem is the only way to test that out is to actually retry, and the only point at which I can retry from is directly at the start. So it would undo all the work that I've done, but need to double check. Have to try and get here stealthily this time. See if the music, because there was a co-op mission that I did recently where there was music that's supposed to play, but it didn't because I got into combat too many times. Stormark, do you think the origin is the saying like a bitch in heat, but you know English language scholar, it's just an archaic expression? Yeah, There's definitely a lot of those that end up evolving over time, and they naturally get forgotten because other things override. But it's sort of like saying, what a bastard of a thing. It's sort of like interchangeable, saying this is a bitch of a thing or this is a bastard of a thing. Dr. Darling, no, don't step on that cat. The cat was okay. It clipped through Arno's legs. You can't hear the voice acting, of course, because I've got the dialogue turned off, but Elias Tefexis actually plays Jacques Roux, the character that we need to assassinate in this mission. Liz, you keep having anxiety attacks lately because you're nervous about running out of time, trying to get everything done before you can live on your own. I definitely don't blame you. It's only natural. Not that it makes it any better, of course, but it's only natural to have those sorts of, feelings as well. Especially if you're not sure if things are going to pan out the way that you like them to. And that's the unfortunate thing about life. It can be very unpredictable and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully, you'll be able to get the resources that you need to help you out as well. I hate how they programmed the hiding and things. If an enemy is simply suspicious, you should still be able to hide inside the thing. It's so annoying having this system where it's like as soon as they even spot you or a hint of you, Arno automatically gets out of the hiding spot. Stormark, you can't imagine living in a world where using profanity is not allowed or looked down upon. Not all profanity is in bad taste. Some embellish the sentence if you're using slang words or phrases, and opting not to use it sounds different. English is not your first language, so you've no idea where you're going with this one. So you just leave it at this and hope you got the picture. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like I can understand if you're visiting someone's home and they have certain rules, and if one of those rules just happens to be that you can't swear around them, then I personally feel that's fair enough, because you're actually in their place. And I feel if you're a guest in someone's place, you need to, be respectful of the kinds of things that they expect, when people are actually in their place as well. But the thing about profanity is that there is no way there is no way you're going to be completely able to eradicate it. Even if, like in the movie Demolition Man, you had it set up where every time someone swore out loud, they were fined because there was a surveillance system that was around that could hear the words you were saying and pick up on swear words and then offer you a fine. Even still, people would find a way to circumvent that technology, hack into it, or otherwise deactivate it so it doesn't work anymore and still get around it. You know what I mean? Um, but there's definitely moments where swearing has a more impactful thing. And sometimes you just can't help yourself because something really painful might happen. And in response to that pain, your verbal response might be more than just ow. It might be just like fuck, something like that. And the other thing too is like, and this is debatable because everyone's different and everyone has different ideas, but I sort of believe that you shouldn't be swearing around children. Um, when they become a teenager, though, that's probably a different story because they're going to be exposed to the swearing anyway. But yeah, I'm definitely not one of those people that believes you should swear at your children or swear in front of them at all, especially when they're really young. I mean, yeah, they're going to learn the word anyway, but you'd rather them not learn it at that age because then you don't want them to parrot it around everyone. Like, you don't want them going to their preschool teacher and saying, "You're a fucking bitch." Like, you don't want to, or anything like that. Um, so there's definitely things where it's like, shouldn't do that. Um, but I mean, you can't like if you're out and about somewhere, you can't help it. Like everyone's doing their own thing, and if someone drops something, they might go fuck, and it just might so happen that a child is near when they say that. So you can't completely control every single thing around, but there's certainly things you can do to minimize the use or the exposure of swearing and stuff. And then you just might have something that really annoys you, and you might want to say to someone, "Man, that was a really fucking annoying day the other day." Things like that. It's another way to put emphasis on things. Lizzie, you're against moving again, but your parents want to move due to your dad's allergies. It's gotten so bad that she basically asked you if you actually cared about your dad or not. Meanwhile, he's dismissed your mental health for years, and so you're conflicted. Well, understandably so, you know, like to feel like the things that you're expressing are treated as if they're not real would definitely be really frustrating. And then to have to be told that you need to give that person the same level of kind of like thing, it's definitely understandable to be conflicted about that. I definitely wouldn't know what to do in that situation either myself. Still marked also, there's many movie clips on YouTube and they all started censoring words, butchering the movies, but that's, I guess, YouTube policy. Seems like nobody cares enough to petition to YouTube to make an exception. Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing. Like, if you're going to allow someone on YouTube to specify that their channel is not made for children, then why are you censoring people of age from watching those channels and that content? It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, fair enough, if you don't flag your content on YouTube as not made for kids and it ends up in the algorithm going to them, then yes, that's understandable. But you would think that they've done it so that if you specify that your content is not made for kids, that the algorithm wouldn't be suggesting that content to people outside of the zone of that, you know. That's definitely fair enough, Lizzie. But it's understandable too to need to get that off your chest. That's no worries. Liz, you have a doctor's appointment soon, so hopefully you can make some progress. Hopefully so, that's for sure. That little bit of music sounded like the end of something, not just something on its own. But there's not very many access points that are necessarily free of enemies, except maybe this way. Because I'm really trying to test to see if there's going to be any music that plays if we get to that spot without being detected. Still, Mark, back when you used to stream here on Twitch, you managed to flag your own channel several times. It was back when they had strike system. Not sure if this is still a thing, but anyway, you made sure to set your content for 18 plus only and went the extra mile and set up similar option on stream elements, and you still got a strike for profanity, alcohol, and use of tobacco. In fact, you're pretty sure this was the reason why you couldn't get affiliate despite checking out all the requirements, so you just gave up on streaming. Sorry for the long message. Oh, that's all good, Store Marked. I definitely don't mind long messages. Yeah, that would be very frustrating because you do all the steps that you need to, that you think you need to do from a reasonable standpoint of it seems logical that you would have to do those things. So you do all that, but then you still get those repercussions, like, because now they have a thing where, like, if you're going to be streaming and the content you're streaming is going to be, very violent in nature or very sort of like, sexual in nature and all that kind of stuff, then you flag it for that. And then what will happen is when someone clicks onto your stream, it'll pop up with a message that lets you know that, hey, this content is rated for this or whatnot as well. But I think that also extends to what the streamer themselves are doing as well. And also, like, if you're streaming, like, say you're streaming YouTube content that someone else made and you're reacting to it, if that content that you're reacting to in and of itself has certain themes that you have marked your channel for, then that should, in theory anyway, cover your bases. Still, marked in hindsight, you could have just turned off the webcam, but you just felt more lively having it on, if that makes sense. Oh, absolutely. If you wanted to have it like that, it's understandable that you would want to keep it like that. And also at the same time, put those things in place, like you said. And you would hope and expect that because they're logical things that you think you need to do, that then you'd be okay. It seems I can't get to this fucking area without being like spotted by an enemy or anything like that. So I might just give up on trying to get this bit of music if there is any. Like when I get closer to the part, I'll still try, but if nothing triggers, then it's either because there isn't, or I've triggered the alert too many times, and the game is like, fine, I won't play the music then. See, you can't fucking, like, every single inch of the game world has some asshole that has enough distance to be able to spot you. Like, they all have binoculars for eyeballs. Whatever game, fine then. Over it. Over trying to get some music to trigger that potentially is there, but I don't know if it's not. But the bit of music that I did hear sounded like it was the tail end of music that was supposed to be playing, but it's not because they don't want you to hear the music, it seems. So we'll just say fuck it and finish the rest of this co-op mission out. Because I'm sick of wasting my time trying to do things special like, and things are against me in doing so. Hey, how about this game? When I press a fucking button to put a fucking smoke bomb down, you fucking make the character throw the fucking smoke bomb. How fucking hard is that to fucking do? Whatever game. Everyone's got binocular vision and instant detection. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's any music in this section other than that little bit of music that played, which sounded like the tail end of music, which is why I was curious, but it looks like that's the only little bit of music that plays there. Hey there, Raid, welcome. You don't have anything funny to say? Oh, that's fair enough. How's your day going? It's just me trying to get things out of the game that it wasn't designed for. Right, apparently the Russian government is trying to fine Google $20 decillion, or else they'll force Google to cease activity in Russia. For reference, 20 decillion looks like this. Damn, that's a lot of fucking money. Holy shit. Hey, AC? Ha 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 ha. Oh, wait, you were serious. Dead. Google, probably, at some point, maybe. You don't know. Possibly. Could be. You never know. Hey there, AC. Stormmark, by the way, unrelated, but you really appreciate you still being so active and delivering high quality content. You don't drop by often like you used to do due to IRL grind, but you and Crookie are probably the best thing that happened to AC community on Twitch, and you have your full support, morally at least, because you're broke as fuck. Oh, dude, Stormac, I know you're only like, being facetious and joking there, but in seriousness, like, even just lurking is appreciated enough, you know. But thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate the kind words, and I'm glad that you enjoy watching the content. And also, it's cool that you also enjoy Crooked's content too, because he also does a lot of really cool kind of playthroughs and stuff. His historical auto run that he's doing right now, not just for Assassin's Creed, but for games in general, is just really ambitious, and it's a really cool way to play through a whole series of games by doing them in timeline order, and also being able to redeem history time and have a look at some like videos and all that kind of stuff. So it's really cool to have that kind of alternative content as well. You know, nothing wrong with people just playing a game through normally and stuff. It's just also cool to see when there's other ways of playing the games that are actually done too. Right, to give an even clearer picture, that's more money than there are grains of sand on Earth. Bloody friggin' hell. Like, that's just heaps of money. Like, bloody hell. AC, oh noes, we can't do Google in Russia. How will we ever survive without the three people we haven't go gulagged for having Western anything? Dang, also Google probably. Okay, back to the shadows. No worries at all, AC. Thank you for the lurking. Muchly appreciated. So we need to assassinate Jacques Roux. What I want to do, though, is I just want to see what the music is like, if any, that plays. And I also want to see if there's any special music that plays if you don't get to him in time as well. So I won't worry about assassinating him straight away. I'll just keep on going until we get to the point where if you don't kill him before then, Raid, Google makes around $80 billion each year. The universe is estimated to be 14 billion years old. So if Google paid their entire profit each year from the beginning of the universe until now, they'd have only paid around 3% of that amount or something like that. Math is hard. There's definitely a lot of big numbers. And that's a long, long time to cover as well. Stormmarked, although your Tomb Raider runs are the best, do you think that's when you started watching me first when I played PS1 era Tomb Raider? Oh, very cool. Yeah, I really like the Tomb Raider franchise a lot as well. And it was so good that the remasters of 1, 2, and 3 came out and that they were really good because now we get the remasters of 4, 5, and 6, which I was hoping for. So it was good to find that out. There's a lot of classic games in the series too, as well. There'll also be another Tomb Raider stream I'll be doing before the year is out because The Last Revelation celebrates its 10th anniversary. Not 10th, sorry. 25th. Okay, so no music happened there, but I still want to test it to see if there's any music that will happen at each point where Jacques Roux goes to, and also if there's any music if we let him go completely. This music doesn't count. Because we've already heard it without me talking over it in the playthrough. Of course, while his dialogue's going on, this music is covering up potentially music that could be playing. I don't know if it will or not, but potentially music that could be playing because there's 500 fucking guards in this area with binocular vision. They constantly have a bead on you. You know what? Fuck it. Even if there is music, I'm over trying to do it with this co-op mission, so Whatever music might play, I'm not going to spend 20 hours on this one bit alone. Sure, Arno couldn't make it over that and land on the tree. Whatever. Lizzie, you totally forgot what Ty was playing when you followed. Oh, that's definitely no worries. In other news, you're planning on ordering some new clothes and shoes. Oh, very nice. Well, hopefully you can get some things that you really want, and also that it won't take long to get them too when you order them. Hey there, Biko, welcome. How's things going for you today? Is it finally safe now? No more horror games? Well, there will still be some horror stuff on the channel before the year is out, but October is finished, so dedicating almost an entire month to horror is not happening for the rest of the year now. So you're safe. How's it going, Biko? Biko, not so concentrated, which is good for you. Ah, well, that is good then. Vico, you're quarter past 8 a.m., so don't know how your day is going to be, but hey, you'll try and soldier on as usual. No problem at all, Vico. That's definitely the spirit. I hope that you end up having a really good day today. I'm working more on this music-only playthrough. Only have a few co-op missions left to cover. The next one up, and then the next one after the tournament. I'm going to leave that till last. So I'm going to do the Moving Mirabeau one, and then the Women's March, and then the tournament. Because the tournament is going to be really friggin' annoying. But I only have 3 left overall, and then that'll be the co-op missions covered with the music only. Alright, hopefully that hasn't ruined any potential music that might play when I get down to this next part. Hey there, Afro. Welcome. You're looking for the ability points? I've collected some, but in phase 1 where I did 100%, already got them all. How's things going today? Lizzie, if there's still tickets available, you and your mom might go and see a band together later today. Very nice, Lizzie. That'd be cool. I hope that if you do, that you can enjoy it. Lizzie, you usually see them once a year, so you're pretty sure you'll have fun. That's awesome. It's good to know that you're going to have fun going somewhere. Lizzie, also, you might see if you can start college again next year. Well, that's definitely a good goal to have as well. Nice one, Dr. Darling. But Mirabeau's alive. Did he come back as a zombie? That's true. We haven't reached the point in the main story in this playthrough yet where that happens. Dr. Dellinger, is he a vampire? AC Unity spin-offs, play as Mirabeau, but that would definitely be a big departure for the series. But he drinks Templar blood. So I have 2 more co-op missions left to do. The next one in order after moving Mirabeau is the tournament, but I'm going to leave that one till last. The music that plays in the tournament part, it'll probably loop while I'm doing it, so I won't have to worry necessarily about waiting until the whole thing's finished, unless the music changes the closer to the time limit running out it gets, but I can test that out. Oh my god, okay game, I'll wait 5 hours and then press the button. There we go. Before that, though, and speaking of drinking, but not the blood part, because I'm not a vampire, nor am I into drinking blood, I'm going to pour myself another drink. Be right back. Alrighty then, I am back. Indeed, Lizzie, you guessed correctly. Good guess. Sometimes I alternate between Pepsi and also sometimes I'll get different flavored stuff. Alright, next co-op mission, but not the next one in order. I'm going to leave that one till last because that's the tournament, and that one is going to be friggin' annoying. So we instead skip over to this one, the Women's March, and then the tournament. Lizzie, to you, Coke and Pepsi taste the same. They didn't last long. But that's fair enough, Lizzie, yeah. I mean, I can tell a difference, but I couldn't really describe to you what that difference is. But yeah, I like both. It really depends on what's on sale at the time when I go to buy it. That really fucking pisses me off. It's like, sure, you saw me. Whatever, game. I see this is going to be a long trying to get the music without interrupting it. Liz, you've been getting into the probiotic sodas that taste like regular ones. Oh, and how they've been going. Why didn't that second smoke bomb go off? Whatever, game. Both enemies directly fucking standing right next to fucking each other, but would the double assassinate work? No, of course not. Why would it? Jesus fucking Christ, game. Sorry, didn't have them on the right fucking pixel. The moons and planets weren't fucking aligned properly, it seems. The tides weren't the right fucking height. Sorry. Lizzie, so far you're liking them. You need to get some more, actually. Oh, that's good then. Yeah, I've never actually tried any of those myself. I'm going to give up trying to get this whole music to loop. I think it already did, but I don't know. Because I'm also trying to get through without interrupting the music. But I won't worry about trying to get this music in full now, even if I didn't get it before. Obviously, when they made this game, they didn't have players in mind who wanted to play with only the music on to pay tribute to the music. I pressed the block button, but whatever, game. I guess that doesn't count when you press the block button. Hey, game. Would you mind letting me attack? Thank you. I love it in games, and I must be the only one on the planet who loves it when games just fuck you over by not letting you attack straight away. Sure, Arno, take your time. Don't need to do a quick shot quickly or anything. Liz, you mainly drink a lot of fruit tea that you can make using cold water. Oh, that's a good idea too, to add water and get the water intake. Oh my fucking god. Interrupted the new music, of course. Fine game, I'll just stand still and not do anything. contrived placement of objects on buildings that prevent the player from doing a move that under normal circumstances the character would be able to pull off. Hey Anmita, welcome back. Hello again. How goes the game? Not too badly. Some rage parts, but that's generally because these co-op missions are designed to be done with more than one player. But you can do them on your own if you want. And so there's certain things I want to get done with the music aspect that get interrupted because you're constantly being detected from miles away by enemies that have binocular vision, and it makes it hard to try and get a full looping of music because of the interruptions that happen. And this game likes to do a thing where if you get interrupted by combat too much, whatever music was playing before won't play again. Yeah, it really is, you know. But we only have two left. So this one, and then I've left the tournament till last, even though I was doing them in order. I decided to leave the tournament till last because that's one that is very time consuming. Not that these other ones haven't been time consuming as well, but I wanted to leave the tournament until last. So after this one's done, I only have that one left. It's annoying too that Arno can't climb up this wall. But that's something that you can't climb whether you're in this co-op mission or just in free roam normally. Not allowed to climb up that wall. It's too slippery apparently. Hey there, Rewody, welcome. Yeah, the music is the only thing I've got active, but there's no music currently at the moment. I'm doing a tribute to the game's music without having the sound effects and dialogue. It is funny though that there was no music during those combat moments because usually there is. Oh well, that's that one done. One more co-op mission to do, and the one that I've left till last is the tournament. One more, the tournament. Yeah, Rewordy. I've done it with a few games in this series, but also outside of it too. Watch Dogs 1. Recently, I did a playthrough just for the music, but I'll be doing another run of that because I do an annual series run of Watch Dogs 1, 2, and Legion. So I still need to do those yet before the year's out. Um, the other Assassin's Creed games, when they've celebrated 10th anniversary, I've done one of the playthroughs as music only. I think I started it with Assassin's Creed 2, doing a music only run when that celebrated its 10th, and then Brotherhood, then Revelations, then 3, then Black Flag, and this game. It must have been the wind, nah, bro. Every death that happens in this game, it's just the wind, really. It's not the assassin who's doing it. It might look like it's the assassin who's doing it, but it's just the wind. Indeed, nah, bro, we must break the wind before it breaks everything in its path. At this rate, I'll probably have enough skill points to use to get the skills that I do want to get. Not that I want to get all the skills as part of the playthrough, because I've already done that for Phase 1 as part of doing 100%. But they're just nice to haves. I've done playthroughs in the past without getting any of the skills, which is so funny. After doing that playthrough a couple of times, I just get so used to playing the game without worrying about getting skills that I have to sometimes remind myself, oh, I'm not doing a no upgrade, no skill challenge run this time. I can actually get those skills and get those, things upgraded and stuff. Because normally when I do that, I'm not allowed to use any of the skills. I'm not allowed to use anything other than what the game gives me. So that includes swords and also like the Phantom Blade. I'm not allowed to improve the base weapon that I get given. Not allowed to improve any of the gear that Arno's wearing. I've done it with Syndicate as well, but Syndicate's a bit more fidgety to do with it because it's got like, I think from memory, you have to assign to one of the characters a skill. You can choose which of the two that you do it, but you can't give both of the, like you can't not give any of them a skill. So that one's a bit tricky. So I had to sort of think about, well, what's a skill that's not really going to be that important to have? Like one that's not going to be OP or anything like that as well. Whereas in this game, you can straight up not use any skill points at all. The game doesn't go, right, you need to use at least one. This game's like, you don't have to use any if you don't want to. But Syndicate's different though. You can ignore it for one of the characters, but then you have to do it for the other. Now, bro, you always forget that Arno's Only 20 really deserves another game. You always play these and get bare minimum in terms of skill. Yeah, like I tend to just go for the health stuff, and also I very rarely get the staggering strike because I normally use just the power attack when fighting, even with the one-handed weapon. But they could have done a lot more stuff with this character, but that's the case with so many characters in the series. I mean, sure, they might do comic books of the characters, but you can't exactly pick up a comic book and interact with it like you can with a video game, so it's not the same. And the thing about games like Syndicate too is, sure, when you're in a combat situation, what skill level you're at can determine whether the combat for you is going to be more difficult in terms of both the damage you do to them, but also how easily you can die. But if you're doing a stealth challenge, then basically, as long as you get to the target without being detected, you can do a one-hit kill on them no matter what level they are. So for example, in Syndicate, even if you're level 1, you can go into a level 8 zone, sneak up on an enemy, and boom, kill them. They'll die in one hit from the Hidden Blade. However, it gets a bit trickier when you have boss fights, especially with Starrick later on in the game, but also with Lucy as well in that tower. Now, bro, your health is a must because the combat timing isn't always great. That's true, and if you're in the middle of doing a finishing move, the game won't let you dodge or block an incoming attack until that animation's finished. So that can basically really fuck you over. Plus, sometimes you'll press the button to drop a smoke bomb, but Arno won't drop one straight away. Same goes for attacking. I've had plenty of moments where the game will just lock up my attack, so I can't actually attack at all, leaving me open completely. So not killing other French soldiers will help you blend in. I remember for the French language playthrough, I wanted to get the different variations on what is said to you. And the funny thing was, I didn't kill any French soldiers at all. And it still played the same dialogue as if I had, which was annoying. I guess even being seen by a French soldier is counted as if you had killed one of them, which I think is ridiculous because it's not like being detected by something kills it. A fun challenge to do for Syndicate is throwing knives only. That's pretty fun. And I mean, you'd have to add some extra rules to make it even more difficult. But the rules that I had set up for it allowed me to upgrade the knife, and it also allowed me to have the outfits on with perks that increase how many throwing knives you can carry and all that kind of stuff. And doing the throwing knives challenge with that allowed, the only really difficult part was the last part where you have Jacob and Evie taking turns and you have to deal with the snipers on the roof as Jacob, and you need to do that so that Evie can be saved from being shot by them while dancing with Starrick. The reason that was difficult is because all the stores that you could get a refill from were literally outside of the bounds, and if you tried to go beyond it, you got desynchronized. So that one was tough because I had to rely on RNG, that when I looted enemy corpses that they gave me enough throwing knives back to have enough to deal with all the enemies that I needed to kill. So that was the only real tricky thing about a throwing knives challenge with Syndicate. But it made me want to do a ranged challenge with Unity, which I've done before, which was interesting. Like, I was allowed to use the pistols or the rifles or the Phantom Blade, and I was allowed to use the guillotine gun's explosive feature and stuff, the grenade launcher. Who saw me? A randomly spawning French soldier? Or was he actually there? I just didn't notice. In any case, I'm not going to reload the checkpoint. The thing about the ranged weapon challenge, though, was I wasn't allowed to use, well, I mean, I'll start again. With the ranged weapon challenge with Unity, when it came to main targets, I had to shoot them first in the head with a ranged weapon. But in this game, if you do that, it just knocks them out. You still have to go up to them and finish them off the hidden blade. So that was an exception for that challenge. I was allowed to use the hidden blade, but only when dealing with the boss, the target, to finish them off with, because the game won't let you finish them off any other way. It's a different story with Syndicate, though, because if you headshot the boss, then boom, they're dead straight away, and it jumps straight into the after kill cutscene. Now, bro, you think there wasn't enough focus on Starrick as a character in Syndicate? Yeah, he's kind of that villain that just sits at his desk and doesn't actually spring to action until the last minute. I guess in a way you could make it plausible because he's just one of those people that's like lazy and just wants his underlings to do all the work. And any success that they have, he'll sweep away from them anyway. Like if Lucy hadn't died, Starrick still would have fucked her over by taking the shroud and not letting her use it when she thought that she would rule with Starrick and that they'd both be able to use it. But Starrick was writing a letter before he found out that she was killed, where he was basically saying, only one of us can wear the shroud. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact quote, but he says something along the lines of that, and says that you'll be compensated with, money into your old age, kind of thing. No, bro, yeah, there's no sign of him being a threat until the end. That's it. I mean, there are moments where you see how dangerous he can be. Now, granted, the guy that he threatens with the knife to his nuts isn't necessarily someone that you would expect to be able to defend themselves, at least in, close quarters stuff. But there's moments that happen with Starrick that I like. But in terms of like who the most proactive villain is, he's not really the most proactive. I mean, even Germain in this game isn't the most proactive, but he's a bit more proactive than Starrick because he literally assassinates the head of the Templars, or has it assassinated. Actually, no, he doesn't do it himself. So yeah, even Germain is kind of like along the same lines. But Cesare, for example, he's a different kind of villain. He's actually proactive, where he'll, you know, fight against the assassins and stuff. Whereas Germain and that are just sort of like sit back and let their underlings do it. It's like villains like Dracula in the Castlevania games. Dracula just chills out in his chamber waiting for the hero to come along and fight. Okay, so next up we have the parkour part. What I'm going to do, just in case the music changes when it gets down to the wire with the timing, or before you fail, I'm just going to fail on purpose. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to fail multiple times, because this can be annoying. Have to find the right rhythm first as well. No, bro, Germain really doesn't feel like a villain, just feels like a dude that's there. Yeah, Like I really like villains that are almost like the mirror image of the main character, because then it adds a bit of an interesting thing where it's like, this is what the main character could have become if they overstepped the line. Great examples of that is Belloc in Raiders of the Lost Ark. There's a lot of things about his character that Indiana Jones shares, but there's a line that Indy won't cross, that Belloc is willing to cross. But Belloc knows that it would only take a bit of a nudge, as he puts it, to put, Indy into that section of, you know, straying from the light, so to speak, where it's kind of like instead of being someone that isn't going to step on the toes of people to get what they want, Belloc believes that if given the right push, that Indy would, you know. And he sort of calls his bluff later on when Indy has the rocket aimed at the Ark. But Indy knows that he's right in the fact of he's just as curious as they are to open the Ark. But the advantage that he has, of course, is that he realizes that you need to close your eyes when the Ark is opened. 006 in GoldenEye, that's another great example where you have a villain that is almost the mirror image of the main character. Him also being someone that knows how James Bond ticks and knows what buttons to push and how to, get around certain things with him and how to manipulate, that kind of stuff. No, bro, well, Cesare is really Ezio without a moral compass. Yeah, that's true. Like there's definitely a lot of things that Cesare does that Ezio could have actually gone on to do if he wasn't who he was, or who he became, and things like that. But yeah, I still think Cesare is a difficult villain to beat in the series because of, I think the performance too. Andreas Supergas, who plays Cesare, does such a great job. Not that he doesn't do a great job as other characters in the series, but his work as Cesare is just so, so good. Interesting. There's no music for this section if you have the sound effects or dialogue turned off. That's weird. Maybe it's just glitched. We'll see what happens when we desynchronize. But this happens sometimes. They don't always assign every instance of music just to the music track. Nope, so the music really is tied to another track. Alright, let's test and see what track it's actually assigned to. So first I'm going to test the sound effect volume. Yeah, that's what it is. It's tied to the sound effects. Even though there's vocals in it, it's tied to the sound effects because I guess they decided that it's crowd sounds, whereas voice is more for actual speaking where there's a character that's talking. But let's just test the voice volume as well. Yeah, so it's definitely, the music in this part is definitely assigned to the sound effects. Okay, I'm still going to do it as part of this playthrough, but once the music is finished, I'll turn the sound effects off. So I won't be able to get rid of the crowds and cheering noise. I won't talk over it once it desyncs. Nah, bro, all the villains and origins are great. The hyena is your favorite in the game. There's also a sad part to her character as well, and in many ways she's suffering the same things that Aya and Bayek have with losing a child. Hello, Afro. It's really annoying when you're doing the parkour up and the character doesn't jump up to the thing that's above them, but instead jumps to the thing that's lower than it, but across from them. Afro, what's up? Just trying to get the music in this without it going with the thing when you get closer to the thing being low, the counter. Yeah, they definitely can be, Afro. They're not 100% reliable doing diagonal jumps. Indeed, parkour, Narborough. There was a part there where I was literally just trying to have Arno drop down without jumping off, but he just wouldn't. Just a simple drop down and hang, but he wouldn't do it. Oh no, please. Just do a simple fucking drop, cunt. He'll do it on other shit, but not this beam for some... Oh, on that side of it. Fuck you. Dr. Darling feels like yesterday when he did this for the 100% run. Yeah. Crazy to think that was a few months ago now. Nah, bro, this game is really missing the back eject. Yeah, it actually does have back ejects. Nah, bro. Sometimes they can be tricky, but they do have them still. Yeah, Dr. Darling, going Rambo mode. I fucked up too much with that one anyway. What gets me on this fucking one, Arno can make that jump. They just made it that on this particular fucking part he can't. Absolute, utter fucking bullshit. Watch, I'll do it from the other side. If I can get him to go on the other side. And he'll do it fine. Watch, see? He could do it that side of it, but not the other side of it for some reason. I know why though. The programmers were like, we'll fuck the player over by making them think that they can do it on both sides of it. Nah, bro. Must not be doing them right. The controls are a little clunky. Yeah, it just depends on how far away you are from what you want to do a back eject to. That's one way to get that one, I suppose. Alright, finally got it done. Because that music was tied to the sound effect volume, and the music is now over, we turn that off now. You're human, Bailey. I am a lawyer. It's a lawyer. Now, what's that from? I fucking forget. I've heard it from something. Really shouldn't distract Rob with redemptions in the middle of this. It's all good, dude. I wasn't even looking at my screen. I have to actually look down at my laptop, away from my television screen in front of me, to actually look at chat. So I wasn't even looking at the screen. Blade 2. Ah, yes, of course. Now I remember. The guy, I think he had blonde hair and glasses. One of the familiars. Now I remember. Alright, final part of this co-op mission. Like how it says citizens, even if you do this on your own. But I don't blame them for not recording that dialogue a different way if there was only one player doing it. Oh, fuck off. When I used that disguise just now, I didn't even check to see if it was available. I just was like, I'll just press this and hope for the best. Alright, one more co-op mission to do to cover the music in. And then that'll be the co-op missions and the heists done. In terms of like content that can be done with more than one player, but I'm doing it on my own. Just had to do a test there because the funny thing is with the PlayStation controller, the button that you press to mute your microphone, if you slightly hold the button when you press it, it'll actually mute all audio, not only my microphone, but also the audio coming from the game. So because I have only the music on and there's no music playing right now, I had to go into the menu and change the sound effects and then listen to my stream to make sure that I didn't have all the audio muted. But what I was saying was that I don't have to do any more co-op missions. I forgot that I left this till last. So I already have done all the co-op missions now and covered all the music in them. Same with the heist missions. Now it's really good to get that content out of the way. Dr. Darling, I have a plan. I'll be back. I'll see you when you get back. Now, social club missions, I don't know if there'll be any music in these that we don't hear anyway in other missions. Same with the Paris stories and the murder mysteries. Companion missions are just quick missions you can do, but there might be music in them too. But maybe the music is music we hear elsewhere as well. So in that case, I'd only be doubling up on the music we've already listened to without me talking over it. I think the murder mysteries have a different piece of music that plays when you get near the location, but I'm not 100% sure though. Hey Lucinda, good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. How is Unity coming along? How did the rest of Silent Hill go? It's coming along really well. I now have done all the co-op stuff and gotten the music associated with that. Took a while because there's definitely a lot of difficult parts, and there's some parts where the music gets interrupted if you get into combat, and I needed to have enough time pass for the music to play in full without being detected. And so, because the missions are designed to be done with more than one person, it means that the enemies are extra aware. They have better vision. They've got like binocular vision, and that interrupts the music, which meant I had to reload the checkpoint. We just did the tournament co-op mission, and the funny thing was the music was tied to the sound effect dialogue, the sound effect volume. So I had to turn the sound effect volume on while doing that to get that music. So we've gotten that done. Haven't progressed the story any further, but it's good to get the co-op missions and the heist missions done. And as for Silent Hill, it turns out that to get the UFO ending, you have to actually start a next Fear game on a save where you've gotten the good plus ending. So of course my original plan to do the UFO ending between the bad and good endings was unraveled. So I had to actually do the good and good plus endings and then do the UFO ending. So that took me until about, I think it was almost 4 a.m. my time to get that done. So it was a pretty big stream. So I got that finished. There was a couple of weapons that I could show, but there were some that I couldn't because it required you to have a good and a bad ending on the same save. And also, there's this hyper blaster you can get, but you have to get so many stars results from finishing the game and all that kind of stuff. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to showcase the katana as a weapon or the hyper blaster, but I had to compromise. But how's your morning going so far? I hope you had a good one yesterday as well. Oh wow, that's about 1 p.m. your time. Definitely a long stream. Absolutely. The good thing that was I could skip cutscenes though for a lot of the stuff. It was only when I got to the other endings that I hadn't shown yet that I had to not talk over it and stuff. But what's kind of cool too is you'll get a different credit song depending on what ending you get as well. So I think that's quite cool too. So I did 3 co-op missions at the end of last stream. So today I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. Listen, the things are going well. You've had a slow past 2 days. It has been nice. You also realized that since YouTube is not blocked at work, the people who dual stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, you can watch at work. So you got to watch Bork for Soup do most of his Halloween stream yesterday. You took maybe 4 or 5 easy calls all day long. Now that is really cool that you're able to catch those streams. That's awesome. Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully they don't block it. But that's cool. And that's good you're able to check out some of his stream as well. Especially if there's things that you'd like to see that otherwise you might not have been able to get to. But that's cool that if someone dual streams to YouTube, you've been able to access their stream via the YouTube side of things while at work. Cool. Listen, to being IT, you get more access than most people, and for you, YouTube is an educational tool, so it's like, what you watching there, Lucinda? Oh, I'm watching a stream of someone play a game where you run around as an assassin killing people. Oh, and what kind of educational tool is that? Well, it teaches you stealth. Oh, really? And how would stealth come into play in IRL? Well, maybe it can come in IRL when, you want to make sure that you can get to where you want to go without people you don't want to talk to you actually being able to, get past them. Oh, carry on then. It's like I'm doing research on the historical time period. Listen, you're learning the ways that people break into banks since you work for a bank. Well, I mean, what a risky thing though. I mean, I understand obviously why they have to give that training, but like this is one of those things where you think, but that's cool though. That'd be interesting as well to see the sides of stuff that the pros and cons and loopholes and things. Where's the merchant? Is he here? Of course, he's up there. All right. Listen, the syndicate is perfect for that. Oh yeah, learning about the Industrial Revolution, part of history. No, you meant for educational purposes, watching Jacob breaking into a bank. Oh, I gotcha. Sorry, I thought you were being serious. Imagine doing that in real life, just running and jumping through crowds, just knocking everyone over. We're like, oi, what the fuck are you doing? I'm parkouring. Shut up. You're ruining the immersive flow of my movements. May the Fata of Understanding. I don't blame you now, bro, for getting stuck in this tunnel. It's like I'm terrible with friggin' directions. Listen, there was one in Valhalla that was like that for you. Oh yeah, Valhalla loves to throw those kinds of things at you. Valhalla likes to test your patience, where it's like, do you really want to spend an hour trying to get into this area to get an item that might not even be worth it? Now, bro, every turn looks the fucking same. That definitely doesn't help either as well. It's like, just put something different, like, even if it's a bit of graffiti or something that the person in the world might have put on that wall. Listen, it'll be like the tunnels in AC3 allow us to light sources to tell us where we've been. Exactly, you know? And they also give you like a little bit of a hint with the sound of the rats as well in those tunnels to let you know if you're on the right track or not. Adding things like that can go a very long way. Now, bro, the tunnels in the Dead Kings were even worse, but you were disgustingly underleveled when the stupid map locked you in. Oh, yeah. And then you got those annoying friggin' enemies that like to throw friggin' rocks at you all the time. Petty friggin' pieces of shit that can't come up to you and try and fight you properly. They just stand from a distance and throw little pebbles at you. It's like, fuck off. That can be very maze-like too as well. Nah, bro, you almost broke the PS5 because you didn't want to try to reset the game. What's even annoying too is if you accidentally fast travel into the Dead Kings DLC, because before they let you get out of it, you have to do the first memory of it, which if you're very underleveled is a piece of shit thing. I just thought of something. This whole mission that I've been doing here is to get the heads, like not fake heads, literal heads of dead people that Madame Tussauds is going to use to create wax versions of. And it's kind of like, imagine being asked to be the model for something like that. And being like, you're going to make me be the model for this when I'm alive, right? Right? No, bro, yeah, that's what happened to you. It's happened to me twice on two different occasions where I've accidentally fast traveled there because I haven't double checked before pressing the button to fast travel because I've assumed I've put the I've selected the Cafe Theatre fast travel point. The good thing is though, the first memory, if you're worried about experiencing the story of it, you can skip the cutscenes, and when you actually finish the memory, if you get out of when you get out of it, you can just restart that memory from the start, and it'll play all the cutscene stuff beforehand. Nah, bro, Io, can you just run down the shop and get me a head? Yeah, it's like, just need it for making a sculpture out of wax with. It's funny, I just remembered there's a part in the movie Army of Darkness where the main character, Ash, I think he uses a lift or something similar to what you can use in the Assassin's Creed games when he's fighting the evil version of himself, I think it is. And then the evil version of himself is like, "You're going down." And he's like, "I'm going up." And then he uses a lift like thing. I just thought of that. I haven't thought of that for a while. It's a good movie, that one. You, sir, are not one of my vassals. Who are you? Who wants to know? My name is Henry the Red, Lord of the Northlands and leader of its peoples. Yeah? Well, I got news for you, pal. You ain't leading but two things right now. Jack and shit. And Jack left town. No, bro, you guess heads don't move? No, they just stay still up, apparently. Unless they're a possessed head, or the Medusa heads in the Castlevania series. There needs to be more of those lifts in game. Oh, yeah. It's funny, though, too, because you can kill with it. In Assassin's Creed Black Flag, when you fight El Tiburon at the end of the game, or towards the end of the game, you can actually kill him if you get him positioned right near the lift, because the rocks or whatever it is that fall down to provide the momentum for you to go up are able to hit him and kill him instantly. I actually clipped myself doing it in one of my playthroughs because I saw it being done. I think it was Stealthy Wiley on YouTube, but I'll just double check. Yeah, here we go. It was Stealthy Wiley. So I'll link to their video because that's what made me realize that you could do it, and I wanted to try it for myself. So here's the link to the YouTube video by Stealthy Wiley that I watched, which then made me go, "Oh, cool, that's something that you can do with El Tiburon," and then it made me want to try it in my own playthrough. It can be tricky to get it because you got to get him right there, and you got to watch out for the other enemies that are attacking you too, because they can mess with the positioning of him and you. Yeah, listen, it was so cool to see an alternate way of killing that guy because another way that I used to try and kill him without using the guns was to actually get him up high enough on the top of the rampart and actually knock him off so he falls to his death. But when I saw that being done, I was like, oh, that's so cool. I need to try and do it. I think it took a few attempts for me to get it, but it was so satisfying afterwards. Thanks for the GGs. It's funny that music, because it was just looping. Like, that hasn't happened yet before, where the music just constantly loops, even when there's no combat. Like, there's no enemies that are fighting me and stuff. Can't hear Susan Glover's voice, but she voices this character. These cards, the cross and the lady, invoke Notre Dame Cathedral. Continuing, it is clear to me that an order of monks is after mystical power. That's kind of my impression of the voice that she does for this character. Hello again there in Mita. Welcome on in, dude. It's going good in Mita. I did all the co-op stuff, so all that stuff is done now. I'm working on these Paris stories. We just did one recently where you have to get these heads for Madame Tussauds. She needs to make death masks of these particular people, but the heads that she was using were actually stolen. So we did that one. Now I'm doing a different set of ones. Yeah. The name of the mission is using the old noggin. And Meta, that was a good thing about the zombies in Resident Evil 2 was that they weren't too fast as compared to Callisto Protocol, by the way. Oh, really? So they move a lot faster in that other game? Yeah. I mean, that can be tricky too, especially if the game doesn't let you really sprint as opposed to walk, because they like to make you your character jog at the top speed. That impression that I did of this character. Admit to yeah, in both games you can't run fast. The bad thing about Callisto Protocol is that you don't have enough time to heal. Oh, yeah, that can be frustrating too as well. Especially in the heat of the moment when you really need to heal fast, but the game doesn't let you. Hey there, Creant. Welcome. How's it going today? So her voice is kind of like for this character. I have foretold you coming, Arno. Just to give a little bit of a taste of what the voice actually sounds like.
Ah, you have recovered part of the mechanism, as I knew you would. Keep it. It is you who will unlock the secret.
Oh, nice, Creant. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that you're going good and that it's a holiday for you as well. That's excellent. Yeah, Pico. That is the work of Susan Glover. They're the other roles that Susan has done in the series. And Mita, basically you need to use health injectors and it takes a few seconds to heal. By the time the injection finishes, you're dead. Oh, wonderful. In The Evil Within, when you find an actual medical kit, basically when you use it, it refills all your health plus, it increases your health bar a little bit, but it makes character basically dizzy, and you can't really shoot or anything. So if you want to use it, you need to make sure you don't use it when in the middle of like a fight, because she sounds very 1400s. Lol. I have foretold. We'll keep going with the La Femelle Parastories. And the zombie's like, oh, so you want to heal, huh? I don't think so. It's not allowed. It's like, what do you think this is? A resort place or something? So what does that mean, Korean, in French? Like, I know Français. Oh, is that what that says? Or are you just saying that you don't speak it? There's definitely a lot of words that when I've tried to read newspapers in this game or even database entries, there's a lot of words I struggle with. It's kind of like, how is this said? Oh, the meaning is that. Cool. Nice one, Sheila. I don't speak French. And Mita got to go again, sadly, but at least you only have 1 hour and 45 minutes left from your shift. Join again later if you're still streaming. Bye for now. No trouble at all in Mita. That's definitely not too long to go. Hopefully it doesn't drag on for you. And thanks for popping in again. I'm going to be doing a long stream, so I'll definitely be streaming for at least another couple of hours, maybe a little bit more as well. Absolutely, Lucinda, you're not wrong there. Definitely have a lot of games to get through. I decided that when this playthrough is finished, that I'll do my annual GTA 5 run, because that game, while I won't be doing anything special for it, like any challenges or doing side stuff, it still takes a little bit of time. So I'll be doing that next up when this game's finished. Sheila really enjoyed the music in AC games, but only music really lacks the atmosphere and the environment. That's true, Sheila. Yeah, there's definitely elements of the streets and the sounds of the people in them and the hustle and bustle and all that kind of stuff as well. That if you just have the music on, you're not getting. Yeah, Lucinda, I was thinking, okay, so got all these games. What one will take a little bit of time, but would be good to get done as early as possible? And I was like, GTA 5. Plus, I've been in the mood to play it a lot lately, so it's like, that'll be perfect. Slot that in. Korean, next AC will be located in Australia. It's official. Imagine that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of areas that could be used as well, and cities and stuff. So you know for a reason that you can beat the GTA story only within 23 hours. Oh, which one? Chiller, because I know that with GTA 4, there's an achievement for finishing it in under 30 hours, I think it is. Listen, a no special harass Michael's family run. Not this time around, but there definitely will be that involved for sure. I can't do a playthrough without doing that. You love watching that playthrough. That's good, Lucinda, because I love doing it. It was such a great way to sort of like celebrate the game's 10th anniversary by treating the characters I don't like pieces of shit instead of paying tribute to them. Oh, the GTA 5 story, Shilla. I gotcha, yeah. Yeah, it won't take me too many streams to do that because I'll just be focused on the story. Like I might take a bit of time to get the stats up for the characters a little bit, which I usually tend to do for their shooting and their stamina. Thundercats, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. Sheila, wrote special goal for next year, killing every member of Michael's family. Multiple times. Shooting rocket launchers into the house, literally into the kitchen, putting plastic explosives in there and all that kind of stuff. And in the mission where you actually take them to therapy, making sure that you force them to run across the road on a busy highway. Yeah, Sheila, Fabian. But when you do this, remember one thing, one thing, relax your anus. It's so funny how Michael uses the laptop of this screenwriter to bash over the head of Fabian with. Listen, okay, Rod, it's time for you to get ready to head off to work. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Lucinda. I definitely will. I really hope that you have a good day at work today, especially being Friday. Thank you so much for popping in before you do. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. In October was doing some horror games, played through Little Nightmares 2, also did a playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake. Coming up has a playthrough of Hellblade 2. Also a big fan of the Resident Evil series, as well as Evil Within, The Last of Us, Dying Light, and Dead Rising. Also a stealth game fan of games like the Dishonored series, and has also done some playthroughs of Assassin's Creed last year, and played through pretty much every single game in the series for the first time, except for AC3, which was a second playthrough, but did a big marathon of the AC series. Has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes as well, so definitely recommend. And that's no problemo at all for the shout-out, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all. Hope you have a great day today, and definitely catch you again soon. I'll still be live for quite a few hours, but I definitely won't still be live when you finish work your time, that's for sure. Because that'd be like 8, 9, probably 10 a.m. in the morning my time. But I hope that you have a great one. Hey, Ogorki, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day today. Grant, what's your favorite and least favorite AC? So my favorite Assassin's Creed game is Assassin's Creed 2. My least favorite game that's actually an Assassin's Creed game is Rogue. My least favorite game that isn't an Assassin's Creed game but is still in the franchise is Odyssey. But there's things about it that I like as well. But as an Assassin's Creed game, it's terrible. And Rogue I don't like because I hate the character and I hate killing the assassins and I hate how they wrote Achilles and all that kind of stuff, and how they wrote Shay and how they wrote the story and all that kind of stuff. Granted, they didn't get enough time to write the story in a way that they might have done if they were given more time, because they were rushed, because they wanted to get the game out the year that they started working on it, which included the writing of it. So Shay didn't exist until the very year that the game came out and all that kind of stuff. But there's things about it that, it's understandable why people are fans of it, but I just felt that there was different ways that they could have done a similar story that didn't actually gloss over a lot of stuff. Like I feel like how we see Achilles in AC3, they had the perfect opportunity to show us why. And I feel like it's a big missed opportunity to show us that the reason why is because his wife and child were killed. Which is why I think it would have been better if you, as Shay, actually killed his wife and his child. Then that would make sense, and then that way Achilles would become reckless and go after Shay with all he had. But in the process, the Templars would get the upper hand, and with all that combined, Achilles would be broken and depressed, and he would tell the remaining assassins to go to other parts of the world, but that he was giving up as an assassin and that they were to leave the homestead. And that would explain why the homestead gets in the decrepit state that it does and why he's, very anti-training Connor when he shows up. Would have even been cool too if Shay was actually a student that Achilles had been teaching since Shay was a child, because then it would be like understandable why he doesn't want to teach Connor straight away, because he's just afraid that what happened with his previous student would happen again with Connor. That's what they could have done if they made it that Shay killed his wife and son. I think that would have been a really, really big kind of like fucked up thing for the player to have to do as the character. But the way that they wrote it was to go, how do the assassins normally act? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll make the assassins act like how the Templars normally act. How do the Templars normally act? Okay, we'll make the Templars act the way that the assassins normally act. And doing a basic swap like that does a disservice to both the assassins and the Templars, because it's a very contrived way to make the Templars the good guys and the assassins the bad guys. Not that the assassins are all good and that the Templars are all bad, but you got to do more. Whoops, I've just realized that I've gone all the way out of the mission zone. I can't remember where the mission zone was now. Okay, so it must be pretty close to where I am now. So hopefully this is the right spot. But hang on, didn't I steal the part? What the fuck is this game doing to me at the moment? It's confusing me. Alright, so let's desynchronize on purpose. This is a good, quick way to do it. Alright, now I know how I messed up. I completely forgot where I needed to go to steal the part. I love making Arno do that. Make it look like he's actually jumping off the surface of the water first before he dives into it. Done a few Paris stories in a row. Now I want to do a murder mystery. For this playthrough, I'm just basically going straight to the person who's the culprit and accusing straight away. But I still want to do them just in case there's any little bits of music. Oh, did you create? You saw a meme video about Australia? I can only imagine what it was like. Korean, they were talked about Canberra being very boring, Perth very ungodly, and Sydney a paradise. It's so funny when videos are done about, various cities across the country, you know. Like I think about things where they talk about the difference between like New York and Los Angeles and all that kind of stuff, for example. Oh, sure thing, Krian. Yeah, definitely send that through. Yeah, if you can whisper that to me, that'd be cool. Hey there, Disco, welcome. Yeah, no sound on purpose, except for the music though. When there's no music, there's just nothing, but I wanted to do a tribute to the game's music, so I turned the dialogue and sound effects off, and I'm doing content that might have music with it. So that murder mystery was one of the real easy ones to solve, because the person who did the murder literally tells you that they were the one who did it, and they're definitely not lying, so that is one of the easiest ones to solve. Aside from the very first one. I mean, the very first one, yeah, I could see people not getting it straight away, but it's one of those ones where they really direct you to the person who did it. Yeah, Disco, I've done it with a few games in the series for their anniversaries, and I also did one for Watch Dogs 1 recently. But Watch Dogs 1, I also do annual playthroughs of it, so I'll be doing another run of it, but it'll be normal. The music and sound and stuff will be in it. But I just wanted to do a music only one first for that particular game. There's some bits of music in games that you can't help not hearing it if you just have the music volume on because they're assigned to the sound effect volume or the dialogue volume sometimes. Like the tournament co-op mission, the music that plays when you're doing the obstacle course, it doesn't actually play if you've only got the music track on. You have to actually turn the sound effect track on, and that's what that music has been assigned to. So for that part, I temporarily put the sound effects back on so that that particular music would still play. Hello, Dumbledore. Good morning to you. How's your day going so far? For a split second there, it makes you think that you might have accused the wrong person because of his dialogue, where he's like, me? You're accusing me? I'm doing good, thanks, so Gorky. Things are going well. Had a good Friday. It's almost Saturday here now. In another hour, it'll pass midnight and over into Saturday. Alright, we're almost at the point where we have the culprit for the murder. Howdy, Ronnie. How's it going, dude? Dumbledore, Unity is a tough game. It definitely can be. There can definitely be some tricky parts to it. Also, when it gives you multiple approaches, like trying to find the one that works best for you as well, can be a bit difficult sometimes. Ronnie, you've got a bit of a cold. It woke you up. You've taken some medicine and should be back to bed soon. But other than that, all is good. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling well, Ronnie. That really sucks. I hope that you get 100% better soon as well. And thank you so much for popping in, especially if you're not feeling well too. But I hope you can get some really good rest as well when you go back to sleep. Double 7 a.m.-ish for you. It's still dark outside, is it? Oh yeah, so still fairly early. What I might do is this murder mystery here that I've got, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll come back, and I think I might progress the story a bit further. I've done a lot this stream of side stuff. I got 8 co-op missions done, and how many murder mysteries have we done? So far I've done, well, 1 the other day, but today I've done 3. And then Paris Stories, I did a couple of those as well. But we're very early in the story, but it'll be good to progress it a bit longer. A bit further, I mean. And then I'll stream for a bit longer. Ronnie, when do you change your clocks for spring? Well, that's already happened. And the funny thing is, I don't have any actual clocks that are manual, like, old school clocks. So I don't have to worry about turning the time or changing it. My laptop and my consoles and my phone, it automatically changes it for me. Which sometimes is funny because it's like, hang on, why does it feel earlier or later than it is? Like, oh, that's right, daylight savings time. Oh, is it Ronnie? So your full-time change is this weekend. Ronnie, this game was fun as a no HUD. Yeah, I remember when I did it, I really struggled with the direction. I tried to use monuments and stuff as best as I could, but it was definitely very, very difficult for me. I found it easier with Assassin's Creed 1. The other game in the series I want to do a no HUD with in the future is Origins, because I feel like out of the three big RPG games, that's probably the one that I could have a better time with without the HUD. Dumbledore, have fun. As someone who can easily get turned around in a video game and forget where they are and which direction they came from and which direction they need to go, doing games like this without a HUD, it's still an extra challenge on top for me. What helped me with Assassin's Creed 1 is that the maps aren't that big. When you're in the kingdom, you've got signposts that tell you which direction certain cities are in. And then when you're inside the cities, the Assassin Bureau has such a distinctive rooftop that all I would need to do is actually just use that to figure out where I needed to go for the Bureau. Running the detective things are almost impossible to know HUD, but it is a pretty game. Oh yeah. Yeah, they'll definitely be difficult. Plus things like the Paris stories as well, because they're not necessarily in very distinctive places all the time either. Alright, that's the culprit, but I want to explore the other areas, just in case there's any music that might be different in different spots. Ronnie, you're feeling sleepy. You're going to go lie down while your computer lurks. Have a great rest of your stream. Totally understandable, Ronnie, that's for sure. I really hope that you get some good rest and that you feel 100% better soon, too. Thank you so much for popping in for a little bit. Dr. Ronnie is also a streamer that I'd definitely like to recommend. He's doing his first ever playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. When he plays, he wears a hat or different kind of like headdress, changes it depending on what game he's playing. So for example, if he's playing Red Dead Redemption 2, which is another game that he likes, as well as Red Dead Redemption 1, he wears like a cowboy hat on. He also is a scientist in real life as well. So when he's streaming, he doesn't mind being asked, scientific questions. So if you have any questions that are science related, definitely don't feel shy to ask him about it. And he's also a great streamer with a really cool atmosphere as well. So definitely recommend. Oh, Dr. Ronnie, that's all good, dude. That's absolutely no worries at all for giving the shout outs. Thank you so much for being here, dude. And definitely catch you again soon. I hope that you have a great rest of your day as well when you wake up later. Alright, so I found that location finally and got the music there. Now it's time to accuse the culprit. I like how this guy is like, his only concern is that he doesn't have an audience anymore. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go and take a break, and when I come back, I'm going to jump back into the story. I'll do a recap of what I've already done before jumping back into it, but that'll be enough side content for this stream, and I'll focus on progressing the story a little bit further. I'll take a bit of a longer break. I'll take a 15-minute break before coming back, and then continuing on. I'll just put a message to the top of chat. Yes, Dr. Darling, need a break. Going to be going for another couple of hours, which will take me to 2 a.m., so I need a break. Thank you, Sheila. I definitely will. So I'll be back in 15 minutes to continue on. Alrighty then, back from my break. Let's just grab this little bit of money that Arno has. Thanks for the welcome back, Sheila. Thank you very much, dude. Hey there, Ave. Welcome on in. Unity's going well. I'm going to jump back into the story now. It's been since probably the first stream as part of this playthrough that I did some story stuff, the main stuff. I did the co-op missions that I had left. So I did 8 missions. That's all I had left for the co-op missions. I've done some murder mysteries and also done some para stories as well. But after my break, I wanted to come back and jump back into the story. Speaking of which, so we've done Sequence 1, Memory 1, Memories of Versailles. We've done Sequence 1, Memory 2, The Estates General. Sequence 1, Memory 3, High Society. Sequence 2, Memory 1, Imprisoned. So Arno was falsely accused of murdering Elise de la Serre's father, when he didn't, so he's been framed. Sequence 2, Memory 2, Rebirth. So Arno got out of prison, he met a character named Bellic, who was an assassin, and Bellic knew Arno's father, but Arno didn't know that his father was an assassin, and he doesn't know that Elise and her father are actually Templars. He didn't have any idea that the Assassins and Templars existed. So when he met Bellic, he was told all about that stuff, and he escaped prison and went to the hideout of the Assassins in France to join them. Yeah, Ave. Yeah, so making some good progress, because I wanted to do the side content as well. Just in case there's any music, because sometimes you never know, they might have very specific music that only happens for a side piece of content. So I just wanted to cover my bases there as well. And streaming this game every day now, moving forward until I finish it, I should get it done relatively quickly. And then the next playthrough I've got lined up after this is finished is my annual run of GTA 5. So I've been looking forward to that because I always like to do at least one playthrough of that game every year. Last year I did a couple, so it was good to take a little bit of a break from it. But now I'm ready to jump back into it and do another playthrough. We did Sequence 3, Memory 1, where Arno basically had got some training and he's now been able to start his first real big mission. Sequence 3, Memory 2, Confession. So one of the men who killed Elise's father is Gabriel Sever. So we assassinated him. And the last thing that we did was the server bridge, where Abstergo in present time was doing a server sweep. And the character we're playing as had to make sure that they weren't detected. So we did that part as well. So we're now up to Sequence 4. Did someone say Anu? Well then, here I am, Arnold the Anu, at your service.
He said Arno, you dumbass. Jeez, why am I stuck here with you? I should be fighting the bat, not freezing to death. My lord.
I know, right? Not everything's about you, Arnie. It isn't. No, it's not. Oh, why not? Thank you for redeeming those, Ave. Muchly appreciated. I like that little skit that you came up with. Especially the difference between Arno and Arnie. That was nice. Damn, Arno got that assassin drip. Yeah. I'll show what I've got him wearing. What gear pieces. So for the hood, I've got the Master Bourgeois version of the hood. I'm getting flashbacks now to Phase 1 where I was showing off all this stuff, all the different color schemes for every single set of gear pieces and stuff. This is the kind of thing I would do. But I don't mind doing it here just to show what I've got Arno wearing. And the Master Bourgeois coat. But you said Arno and you heard Arnie, so you knew what you had to do. Your mission was clear. By the way, today you have snow. It's been a long time coming, but here it is. Oh, very nice, Ave. That's cool. So is it light snow, or has it come down heavy? And then the forearms, though, I've got the braces of Franciard for those. And then the other side, of course, is the bourgeois part of the coat. And the waist, I've just got Arno's master belt at the moment. I'm not really a fan of the cockade on the gear. I'd rather that wasn't on there. And then I've got him wearing the master military breeches. Like you would say, though it does not seem to stop so soon. Life for you will be winter wonderland. A freeze is coming. Hopefully you don't have a Mr. Freeze trying to mess things up. Cool it. Nice to meet you. They sadly usually do, though Mr. Freeze is called temperature fluctuation. Oh, you like the temperature how it is now? Too bad, we're going to change it. All it takes is for one day to go plus and then for it to go minus, for the roads to be ice and a death sentence for everyone. Oh, yeah. And you want to hope that people have common sense and don't drive recklessly when it's like that, considering, the roads are much worse when it's like, icy or slippery. I'll just catch it there when it faded out. All right, so there were some parts there where I had to put up with the sound changing because of being slightly detected or using Eagle Vision, but I think I got most of that music until it looped before that stuff started happening, or at least got enough time in between them happening to cover that loop. Here you have something called the Risk 2, where you drive on an ice rink and learn how to evade mooses and other cars. Oh, well, that's definitely a good idea too. Kind of like learning what to do in a situation that is similar, but not exactly 100% the same, but giving you that training. So if you do find yourself in a situation, you're able to actually control the car and be able to get out of it. Well, hopefully, you know. Hey there, Drake. Welcome on in, dude. My brother Rod. How you been, man? You enjoying Arkham Origins? Too bad you're not playing as Russian Batman on your first run, though. Well, that's good that you're enjoying it. That is a game in the series that I still need to actually finish. I didn't get too far in the story, though. I think I got up to the first boss fight, and that was about it, before I didn't play it beyond that point. But at the time, I had just come off of doing, I think it's, 240% playthrough of Arkham City. So I was kind of burnt out by that point. So I took a break from Batman Arkham Origins, but that break ended up being years worth because I ended up trading the game in and then haven't played it since yet. In the future at some point. How's things been going for you today, Drake? They hear car crashes happen mainly because of mooses and dumb drivers, so learning how to evade them saves a lot of people. There are many times where drivers had survived something lethal because they knew how to deal with it. Oh, absolutely, you know. And it's good to have that training as well, because you never know. Like, you could go your whole life not being in a situation like that, but you could also go through your life being in situations like that, so having as much training as possible would be good. No worries at all, Ave. You, well, I was going to say enjoy the lurk, but I suppose you can enjoy a lurk. But thank you for leaving the lurk. Oh, that's all good, Drake. There's no worries at all, dude. Well, I'm glad that you've been going good. That's awesome to hear as well. And it's funny doing a music only playthrough sometimes because like I never know when music might start or stop as well. Um, so sometimes it might take me a bit longer to get to people's messages as well. Um, but I just got back into the story. It was probably the first stream I did for this playthrough that I actually did the story last. I've been doing the heist missions and the co-op stuff, so I got all that done. And I got some murder mysteries finished today, and I also got some para stories done. And now I'm jumping back into the story to progress that a bit more. But I hope that you've been enjoying Batman Arkham Origins. Like I know you said you have, but I hope that it's been an enjoyable like story as well. Because it's interesting when they do prequels to stuff. Hey there, Willful. Thank you so very much for subscribing. I really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you very, very much. And thank you also for using your Prime too to do that as well. That's awesome of you. How's your day going today? Hope you're having a good one. I just realized that I had my headphone volume down to nothing. So I don't know if there was any music that was playing, um, but I don't know if it, because there's no music playing now, so I assumed that there was no music playing while I was doing all that assassination stuff. But if there was, and there's no music now, then I hope that I didn't talk over it. But I'm pretty sure that I didn't. But that's okay if I did. I can just reload the checkpoint. Drake, you'll never forgive Rocksteady for releasing Suicide Squad game. They did Batman dirty like that after all those time he was carrying them. Yeah, I mean, I can understand Harley Quinn wanting to get revenge for what happened. That's understandable. But at the same time, it was just done so coldly as well. Like, there's other ways that they could have done it. You've been up and down, Willful, but you're relaxing now. Well, hopefully, it can be more being up than down. But it's good that you can chill out and relax now as well, especially to getting close to the weekend. Willful, you're already in the weekend, only by half an hour though. Can come around so quickly too. Like sometimes weeks just vanish. Before you straight up forgot Halloween was yesterday until like 8 or 9 p.m. Oh, really? Yeah, that can be like that too, as well. And think to yourself, oh, hang on, this day is that day, that's right. It was funny because by the time I finished my Silent Hill stream to finish off my playthrough, it was already past October. But it's like, well, it's still Halloween in America when I was doing the stream, so it still fits. Plus, I started the stream when it was the last of October here in Australia as well, so it's just like all good. It worked out well. Need to assassinate le roi de Thune. The Thune. Hey there, Foxenheim. Welcome on in. How's things going for you today? Absolutely, yeah, back on Assassin's Creed. Continuing my music-only playthrough. and doing some more of the story right now. For most of the stream, I did some side content, and so I wanted to finish out the rest of the stream with some story progression. So we're up to the mission where we have to assassinate the King of Beggars, and I'm going to use the sort of like, what do you call it? Not the distraction opportunity, but the escape opportunity. If you cover up the vents, you can actually make it that when you're escaping after the assassination, the whole sort of like sewer tunnels fill up with smoke. And if you get the people who are rebelling, or the people who are sort of like, up in arms against the King of the Beggars, if you help them out, they'll actually draw away a lot of the enemies that are in the sewers to reduce the amount of enemies that you have to deal with. So I really like that about this game, how they added that kind of stuff. Yeah, it really opened things up a lot and gave you multiple ways to do things too. And sometimes what you do can also help you with getting a certain kind of assassination for a target. It really does. Yeah, it definitely adds a lot more depth. And like the first big target that you kill, if you do the opportunities in the mission, you can actually get it so that you get a special kill for the main target. Not every main target has that, but there's certain main targets where you get a very special way to kill them that otherwise you don't get. You can just run up to them and finish them off. Hello, Anna Moon. Welcome on in. How's your day going today? Well, for your friend brought you AC Rogue a few weeks ago and said, have fun with Stormy, lol. He also bought you that game at 3 a.m. Oh, really? At 3 a.m.? Very, very early. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you think about Assassin's Creed Rogue. That actually came out the same year as this game did. So they were quite a few games in by that point, and it gives you a different perspective on the whole Assassins versus Templars conflict. And I'm on kind of a bit of a fray, but still same week's mood. Besides another mood to play the Home Alone clip, keep the change, you filthy animal, when next crazy people shows up. That person was up to your crazy neighbor's door, was it? You recorded him? Well, that's fair enough. You know, if you're having all sorts of problems and, you know, you need to basically make sure that you're safe, you know, so that's definitely understandable to have that. And, you know, I don't blame you for feeling that way. And it's a shame that you have to put up with that too, as well. Hey there, Bearsuit. Citizen? Welcome to France. How's things going, Bearsuit? I hope you had a great Halloween. Did you have any people cosplaying as an electrician turning up? What am I, an electrician? I hope you had a good one. Yeah, and it just sucks that you have to go through that too, you know. And yesterday it dripped water from the ceiling and recorded that too. Oh, really? Oh, just when one thing is enough to deal with, having multiple things on top as well. Bearsuit, you dressed as a guy in pants and a sweater, lol, but your daughter got lots of candy. Oh, really, Bearsuit? Well, that's cool. Well, I hope you had a great time with that. I hope it all went well too, as well. That'd be interesting because I've only ever seen it, you know, in movies and stuff where they've done the trick or treating in Halloween. But that's really cool that you're dressed as a guy in pants and sweater. It makes me think of Bruce Willis in the first Die Hard movie. And ammonia, it is awful. Oh, absolutely, you know. Makes you wonder why some people just can't, you know, leave well enough alone. As for me, Anemone, I've been going really good. I finished my Silent Hill playthrough that I was doing as the final horror game for October, so that worked out well. And this game has been going good with the music only. I really like the music in a lot of these games, so it's good to do a playthrough where there's only just the music. It is funny though, because you start to recognize where they've tied certain audio to what track. Sometimes music from some parts is assigned to the sound effects track. Like there was a tournament co-op mission I was doing earlier, and there's this music that plays when you're doing the obstacle course. But if you just have the music volume on, you don't hear the music. You have to actually turn the sound effects on, and then you hear the music. So I covered that as well. There was a little bit of sound effects though, because they mixed in some crowds cheering in with the music. Willful, didn't they release Rogue because Unity was only PlayStation and they wanted to release something on PC too? Or are you getting mixed up? They're excited to play once you get your butt in gear and finish Black Flag. You were advised to play Black Flag first. Oh, very nice. That's cool. Yeah, Black Flag is such a great game. And the good thing about that is the ship stuff will definitely help you with Rogue as well. And it's got very similar sort of like ways of controlling the ship and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of what you're thinking of, you were close though. They wanted to make sure that there was a next-gen Assassin's Creed game and a what was then a current-gen game as well. So they developed Assassin's Creed Rogue for people with a PlayStation 3 or an Xbox 360 who didn't want to get the next consoles yet, or who couldn't get the next consoles yet. So they wanted them to have a brand new Assassin's Creed game to sink their teeth into. And so that's why they made Rogue and released it the same year as Unity as well. And I mean, that sounds good. And yeah, you don't hear any music at all. Yeah, there's some parts where there's no music, where it's just basically sound effects and dialogue from crowds and stuff. Sometimes it can be a bit harder without without music and stuff. Um, but I've sort of gotten used to it now too, because I've lost track of how many games I've done this with in like the AC series, but also other game series as well. Sometimes because I can't isolate the music only, I've had to do things like turn the sound effects off, um, or just basically wait in a spot without moving the character to not make any noise. Like with Silent Hill, for example, I did a playthrough where I was also covering the music, but I couldn't just turn it off so it was just the music on. I wouldn't have had time to do it anyway. I wanted to incorporate it into the one playthrough. So instead, what I would do is I'd stop in a location. If there was a boss fight, I would go into the menu because it would still play the music, and that way I could still get the music to play in full without sound effects interrupting it and without me talking over it, but without the character dying and messing up the music as well. So there's also a little bit of that too, where it's like trying not to die so that the music doesn't get cut off too early is something that is a bit of a challenge sometimes in these sorts of playthroughs. There we go. Because we got the help of the beggars, it reduces how many enemies are actually in the tunnels. Ave, this is a very dope assassination. Unity had some of the best ones in the franchise, in your opinion. I don't blame you for feeling that way, Ave, because there's some really cool setups, and the idea of having multiple ways to assassinate a target depending on what you do was also really cool as well. I wish they still carried it through after they used it in Syndicate. I mean, they did bring it back in the Valhalla DLC, the Siege of Paris, which was cool. It was cool that they brought that back. Um, Mirage has it a little bit as well, which was good. It was good to see that come back. But I would like it to be a more permanent fixture with the series again. Unity 3, Syndicate, and Mirage had your favorite assassinations. I like the one in Mirage where you basically grab the rope and put it around their neck and then jump down with it, just like Ezio does in Assassin's Creed Revelations. Except in his case, he doesn't kill the Templar captain, but you know what I mean. House of Wisdom is dope in your opinion. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool too. How you dress up like one of the people being experimented on, and that way you can get in close. They Pitcairn, Johnson, Hickey, all amazing. You know what I like to do when assassinating William Johnson? What I do is I get detected on purpose, and then he runs all the way down to a certain spot near a tree branch. And then what I do is once he's near the tree branch, I use the rope dart to hang him with, and it just looks so funny because it goes in slow motion whenever you do the assassination. So it just looks so funny, William Johnson going up in the air in slow motion as he's being hung up by the rope dart. And all had great end speeches. That's a good point too, as well. They really made points that challenged, what Connor was being told as an assassin. I like how Latouche doesn't want to own up to the fact that the reason that the assassins know where to go is because he literally told Arno. I'm the type of guy who likes to have a beer in one hand and a titty in the other. Yeah, Thomas Hickey before he dies. Now, that is a very memorable final speech for a Templar target to say. You don't know if it counts as an assassination, but Edward Braddock's assassination was super dope as well, especially that ending. In this instance, I concur. Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic between the two characters as well, Hatham and Edward Braddock. Plus the irony that he's assassinating someone named Edward, considering his father was named Edward. Okay, so the music has well and truly looped. I also love that moment when Hatham goes to get Pitcairn and Edward screams insults and offences as they walk away with no care in the world. And it's so funny too because what he's saying actually gets drowned out by the dialogue in the foreground by Hatham and all that. We understand why people don't like them, but for you, the three first sequences of AC3 are some of the best in the franchise. The only thing about the Hatham sequences that I don't like is even if you do just that, sometimes it still feels it takes a long time to get to the main part of the story. But I do appreciate what they were doing with that, and it definitely worked really well on the first playthrough, not knowing that he was a Templar straight away, and all that reveal as well. There's definitely some interesting things there that set up a lot of stuff. You also hear the first rendition of the fighting music as well. And then when you play as Connor, you have the same kind of fighting music in the combat, but there's some additional instrumentation now because you're playing as Connor and not Hatham. Arno got them moves. Imagine a new viewer comes in and the first thing he or she sees is Arno dancing to music. Yeah, it's like, what the hell is this? Is this Assassin's Creed or Dancer's Creed? What's going on? Hey there, Salcat. How's things going today? Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, so you should play games this way on replay sometimes. You're the type of person that often doesn't notice the music and things with all the other distractions going on during these missions. I don't blame you at all because there's so much stuff that you're just concentrating on what you're doing in the game, and you need to be aware of what sounds are being made in some cases, and you want to listen to the story as well and all that kind of stuff. And what I love about doing playthroughs of this as well in this way is, sure, you can just go on YouTube and listen to the soundtrack without any of the sound effects or dialogue, which if you just want to relax and listen to the music, that's definitely fine. But what I like doing about it while playing the game, especially in chase sequences in certain games, like Black Flag, the chase sequence when Bartholomew Roberts shoots the bell and all the guards are coming at you and you have to run away and jump through the trees. Hearing that music without the sound effects and dialogue and actually moving Edward and controlling him, it just feels so good to hear that music and be playing the game at the same time. It really adds a bit of that sort of like epicness to it. Not that you can't experience that epicness with the other sounds and stuff on, but there's instrumentation that gets covered up with sound effects and dialogue that you might not pick up on. But when you just have the music only, you can hear all these nuances and stuff. So when it comes to the fake out, because the game makes you think that the target is sitting down on the chair, but it ends up being the assassin that was sent most recently. But I want to trigger that just in case there's any music that happens. Alright, so the tricky part there was getting the music to keep going while not dying. That's why I was trying to parry a lot of the attacks, but the annoying thing that can happen in this game is without you even pressing the button to put Arno's sword away, he'll put his sword away automatically, while the enemy is able to move around and change position and potentially attack you. In the meanwhile, Arno's put his sword away without you wanting him to, leaving you open to attack. So that can happen a lot. Enemies can break out of combat stance very easily if they get pushed up against a wall, giving them a window of opportunity to reposition and giving them kind of invincibility frames a little bit until they move around. So there's all these little quirks with this game's combat that can get in the way of enjoying it, which is unfortunate because I feel like if these things were fixed, it could go a long way to improving the combat in this game. But now that I've covered that, I don't know if the music is different if we sneak up on Le Roi de Thun. So what I'm going to do when I catch up on chat is I'm going to reload the last checkpoint and then do a different approach to get potentially different music before the assassination. Shidley, you love this setup. You get to see through it if you pay attention, but otherwise it's well done by the devs. It really is, it's a good red herring as well, because in the cutscene where you see him last, he actually sits down on that chair. So it puts in the player's mind, oh, that's the target. So if you do notice the body, you might think, that's the target because I saw him sit there last. But then they pull a fast one on you, and it ends up being the assassin that they most recently sent, who got killed, and it was set up as a distraction or a dummy, Ave, you're playing the first ever playthrough of Silent Hill 2 right now, and it's trippy as hell. Oh, very nice, Ave, that's cool. I'm glad that you're feeling that way about it, because that's the great thing about that franchise. Even the games in the series that aren't that great, they're still very, very trippy with a lot of the stuff. So you need to play Silent Hill 2 at some point. That'd be great to see you play, dude. That's for sure. It'd be good to see your thoughts on it and what you think of it as you're playing it. The plan was to play it after Alien Isolation. Oh, hell yeah. That is such a great game too. I'm so happy they're doing a sequel. It's a long time coming, but it's good to hear that they're actually doing a follow-up to it. But you ended up finishing AC and RE7 to 8. Well, hey, as long as you enjoyed the detour. Shirley, you enjoyed to watch Lucinda play it. I did as well, because it was cool to see her reactions. And also because she knows what happens in the original game, it was also interesting to see what she felt about certain things that were done differently in the remake. The funny thing about backlog, it's a never-ending sort of like cycle. There's a lot that gets added. It keeps being built up because when you are going to play the games from the backlog, and then you're like, I'll add some more games to it, and I'll get to it eventually. Oh, good. So it starts me back here, and it's this music playing again. Very nice. Okay, so this time around, I won't go and interact with the assassin who was assassinated. Alright, so even if I got to him without being detected, that music that was playing would have just kept on looping anyway. I imagine. We've already covered this music, so... That's okay, Animo. No trouble at all. It was good to see you in chat again. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that everything goes well and that you can get some positive outcomes with what you're going through, and also get some things that are not good, and hopefully those things will go away as well. Oh, that's no worries at all, Anemone. You take care as well. Thank you very much. I definitely will. Hope you have a good one. I'm going to be ending the stream soonish. Just want to finish out this next part. But there will be another stream of this tomorrow or today for me because it's already Saturday. I started this stream when it was Friday. But I'll be doing this game until I finish it every day of the week. And then GTA 5, my annual playthrough, will replace this when this is finished. And got like 33 skill points because I was also doing the co-op stuff to get the music in that, and I also ended up getting some of the skill points that you can find Alrighty then, so this is where I'm going to end this stream. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really appreciate it. If you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's Saturday here in Australia. I won't be doing the story at the start of the next stream, because there's still some side content I want to do as part of this playthrough. So I'll do a lot of that. So I have less of that towards the end of the playthrough. Then I can just focus totally on the story, and then the Dead Kings DLC as well. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing Disco Elysium. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed, so he's also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. He's doing a no HUD playthrough, and he's also doing it as part of a historical order run, where he's going through multiple games across different series, and he's doing them in timeline order, and he's doing games all the way set up until the 1940s. So that's where we're going to raid out to. No worries at all, Shilla, for the stream. No problemo, dude. I hope that you have a good one. Before we raid out, though, just want to give some shout-outs. Hey there, Stardust. Welcome on in. Yeah, sorry about the timing of that. Finishing the stream now. Stardust Rod needs more mods. Oh no, I'm all good for that. Yeah, I definitely have enough. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Dr. Ronnie, who's been doing his first ever playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. Enmita, who's been doing his first ever playthrough of Grand Theft Auto 4. Foxenheim, who's been doing a playthrough of Elden Ring. Iron Bearsuit does Evil Within runs. He plays on the hardest difficulty, doing challenge runs on that difficulty too, like permadeath, and also doing speed runs with that too. Lucinda is doing her first ever playthrough of Hellblade 2, also a big fan of Resident Evil. Mr. Gote plays games like Banishes Ghosts of New Eden, as well as the Outlast series. AC has been doing some Conan Exiles. Salcat has been playing Pumpkin Jack. Shillerlock has been doing the game Madison. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed, as well as the Dark Pictures series of horror games. So definitely recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Oh, that's all good for the shout-out, Salcat. No trouble at all. Bearsuit, thanks, Fro. Good to be able to catch you for a bit of your stream today. That's awesome that you could, Bearsuit. Thank you for being here too. And I hope you have a great rest of your day as well. Oh, nice, Salcat. You got House of Ashes on sale. Oh, hell yeah. That's such a good game, that one. I hope you enjoy that one. Stardust, does anyone have Shake Shack? Apparently they brought back flavors you want to try. I don't actually, I don't think we have that here in Australia, or anything, like maybe we have an equivalent, but I don't know what it would, if it would match or not. Oh yeah, Schiller, that's no worries at all for the shout out, dude. Absolutely no worries at all. You have a good one, Ronnie. I hope that you feel 100% better soon. Here's a general raid message that everyone can copy and paste. And I've got a raid message for subscribers as well. I've got the Assassin's Creed Unity 10th anniversary emote. That'll remain active for the rest of the year, actually. Same with the Arno emote and the Elise emote as well. And I've also got one that's always available, which is the Hidden Blade animated one, as well as the jamming ones, the Ezio Jam, the Altair Jam. I'm putting in too many emotes for chat is like, you can't fit all that in there, Rod. But I'll just edit that when I've got all the emotes in there. There we go. All right, so need to take some of them out. There we go, that's better. That's under the character limit now, which is that one there. Ronnie, you napped a bit. It was nice. Oh, very good. That's good that you're able to, dude. Hope you can feel 100% soon. So Stardust, we're raiding out to Crooked. He's playing Disco Elysium at the moment, doing his first run of it. Yeah, it's the same doc, although there is a Dr. Darling as well, which is a different doctor to Dr. Ronnie. Absolutely, Ronnie. Going to see how he's doing with the investigation in Revachol. I think it's Revachol. Yeah. Ronnie, your wife calls you darling. Well, that's good. Great Scott. As the stream is ending and we're raiding out, Arno's going to do a little bit of a dance. Thank you so very much for watching, everyone. I'll catch you in the next stream.